for the year 2014-2015.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, on behalf of the Minister of Health, the following motion will be moved. Be it resolved, with reference to the Select Committee appointed by this Honourable House on the 26th day of January 2021, to sit jointly with a similar committee appointed by the Senate to consider and report on a bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Control Act 2020, that the committee be allowed to hold virtual meetings, whether wholly virtual or partly virtual and partly physical, utilizing available information and communication technologies in the manner more specifically outlined below. Preserving the rights, powers and privileges, including voting rights, normally accorded to a member of a committee, the committee is empowered to 1. Convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information and communication technologies, which shall be considered committee meetings for the purpose of its mandate. 2. To allow access and participation from remote locations as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by members and other persons authorized by the committee. 3. To include members assessing and participating from remote locations as a part of its quorum. 4. To receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media, and via platforms, modes, and media enabled by means of information and communication technologies from any person. And fifthly, to consider any and all information generated, communicated, and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media as enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming a part of the record of these committee meetings. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved that this Honourable House of Representatives approve the plans and programs being pursued by the government in respect of ministries that were not included in the debate on the appropriations bill, and further approve the policy projections as announced for the financial year 2021-22. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motions notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Motion approved.
Madam Speaker, I now invite you to ask the Minister of Finance to give his concluding statement on the Appropriations Bill 2021-22. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Finance, the Honourable Nigel Clarke.
I rise this afternoon, Madam Speaker, to close the debate on the appropriation bill for the 2021-22 financial year. This is the 59th budget debate, Madam Speaker, in Jamaica's independent history. And though it takes place in the impossible context of the worst economic crisis in our history and the worst health crisis in our country, it has been no less spirited or vigorous. For that, on behalf of the people of Jamaica, I thank the contributors to the debate, the Most Honourable Prime Minister for delivering a presentation of substance, of achievement, of hope. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his maiden presentation in that position. He tried to throw a few googlies, but he dropped them just short. I also thank opposition spokesman on finance. No, they're going to be hit. Don't worry. For his first budget presentation, a keen cricketer in his time, he came hustling down the pitch with fast bowling action, but sadly pitched the ball wide of the Austin. Thanks to the Speaker, who has been doing an excellent job in maintaining the order of these proceedings. And thanks to the, thanks to the parliamentary staff, the clerk and the deputy clerk, the marshals, the stenographers, and all who work at the House of Parliament for your dedication and professionalism. Thanks to the Financial Secretary and the entire staff at the Ministry of Finance, who are among the finest in this region, and indeed among the finest anywhere in the world. Thanks also to my security detail and driver. And of course, I again express thanks to my family, my wife, my children, my parent, my mom, my brothers and sisters for their love and support. Madam Speaker, thanks too to the members of the media and the listening public for tuning in. For those in the diaspora, and those following on social media, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, thank you for your participation and interest. Madam Speaker, the health crisis continues to evolve. Economic recovery, which we are programming to begin in the upcoming fiscal year, depends on winning the battle against COVID-19 in the public health theatre of this war. The measures announced by the Most Honourable Prime Minister Andrew Holness on Sunday are designed to control the spread of the coronavirus by restricting movement. He warned that it was coming, and the government was left with little choice. The progress of the vaccination program will also be critical, and the evolving nature of the coronavirus public health dynamics could have an impact on budgetary outcomes. Uncertainties exist, as I said in my opening presentation, and yesterday's announcement, or Sunday's announcement, was a fulfillment of that reality. In light of the program's triple weekend lockdown, the government of Jamaica will provide support in aggregate, equivalent to $2 million per constituency, but meaning that will have to take account of local government as well, right? Sometimes with the unknowns, constituencies, councils say, hey, what about me? So a total of $126 million through representatives to assist citizens during these weekends of lockdown. The provision will be disbursed through the CDF on the 1st of April. We'll have to work on the operational dynamics, because I know people may need to move before, but given where we are at this point of the fiscal year, drawing warrants for that is not practical. But this is the policy intent, that funds will be made available to ease the burden that citizens face, the most vulnerable of citizens, over those lockdown weekends. Madam Speaker, we have presented a budget that's aligned with the priorities of vaccination of the population against the COVID-19 and winning the battle against the virus, the priority of economic recovery, stronger and faster than before, social support for the vulnerable and those impacted by the pandemic, and continued financing of the provision of public goods and services on which our society and economy depend. And fifthly, the preservation of stability, which is a prerequisite of all other priorities. Madam Speaker, the budget has benefited from good policy, literally and figuratively. And Madam Speaker, policy matters, and good policy matters even more. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's democracy is alive and well, and even in the midst of the unprecedented, unpredictable and dangerous crisis, our democracy still works and functions. It is an amazing inheritance we enjoy, and we should do all that we can to nourish and further entrench it so that we can bequeath to future generations an even more robust and vibrant democracy than we ourselves have experienced. The fiscal plans and programs for the upcoming fiscal year were laid in the House, and we have had the freedom to express points of view on these plans. We have had the freedom to agree, to disagree, to debate, and to rebut. And the public has that freedom too. And that media has that freedom. We all do. These freedoms are sources of strength for our young nation. And we must always remember that freedom is a value in itself and not merely a means to achieve other values. It is worth noting that the literature suggests that freedom is not the natural state of mankind. And for this, I rely on the prodigious scholarship of Professor Orlando Patterson, one of the world's foremost experts on freedom. Domination is what has come natural to humankind throughout the long course of human history. The political architecture of the world since World War II has moved steadily towards a rule-based international order, replacing the principle of might is right, of course with setbacks from time to time. And we here in Jamaica have constructed an independent political Jamaican state based on the principles that include freedom as an inalienable right. However, political independence does not by itself allow for a maximization of freedom, neither at the level of the state nor at the level of the individual. The maximization of freedom for the individual and the state depends materially on the attainment of economic independence. And this is why economic independence is a founding pillar of economic policy in the Andrew Holness administration. Madam Speaker, it is self-evident that freedom, liberty, and the sustenance of our democracy also critically depend on the availability of accurate information and data. In more autocratic political regimes where decision-making is centralized and dependent on a few people, then what is important is that those decision makers have accurate information. The population needs it less, as many decisions are made for them. In democratic regimes, however, the citizen is at the center of decision making. They put leaders in place. They effectively choose the policy direction of the country. And furthermore, in democratic regimes with liberal market-based structures, everyday decisions by free economic agents aggregate to influence the progression of the economy. And it is therefore of fundamental importance that citizens have access to and are presented with accurate and reliable data, because their decisions affect everyone's life. Madam Speaker, there's nothing more empowering of the citizen than his or her possession of accurate information, of knowledge, and of understanding. It is said that knowledge is power, Madam Speaker, and I firmly agree. We must therefore commit ourselves to true empowerment of the people, and not just mere words and platitudes, by always promoting the increase in knowledge and understanding of the people, in addition to fostering public discourse based on a healthy respect for data, facts, logic, reason, and the methods of scientific inquiry to which we owe much of our material progress. Madam Speaker, in the interest of the public discourse based on facts and accurate data, I propose to address certain inaccuracies and false assertions propagated by the opposition. Madam Speaker, much of the opposition spokesman's thesis was grounded in the provably inaccurate and factually wrong claims that Jamaica's fiscal spend to the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, I have to begin by saying that the original error was with the publisher of the report which he referenced, the Inter-American Development Bank. But as I go through what the report mistakenly contained, I invite you to make your own mind up as to whether the opposition should have picked this up themselves or himself as he read the page that summarized Jamaica's fiscal response to the pandemic, particularly considering all of the supplementary budgets and the statements in this House and the information in the public domain. The table in the report that the opposition spokesman quoted referenced Jamaica's fiscal position for the health sector response as not applicable, i.e., they put $0 down for Jamaica's health response, while listing the medical expenditures such as PPE borne by other countries. Can you imagine an error of that nature? But, in my view, alarm bells should have gone off. It certainly went off when I looked at it. Because it's general knowledge, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica allocated billions of dollars for the health sector response across the last supplementary budget of 2019-20 and 3 supplementary budgets in 2020-21. Yet the opposition spokesman used a report that underestimated Jamaica's health response by at least $8 billion Jamaican dollars. Now, in fairness, the opposition spokesman did not compare health expenditures. However, the growth omission of Jamaica's health expenditure in the same table he referenced should have exposed the possibility that the table may have had other omissions and errors. And indeed, it had. It's general knowledge, I should ask, Madam Speaker. Isn't it general knowledge in Jamaica that the compassionate grant was paid out to closely 400,000 Jamaicans? Didn't everyone see the lines on television and on social media? Wasn't I criticized? We reported here in the Parliament. Yet the opposition spokesman used figures that, in an obvious error, stated the compassionate grant at $150 million and not $4 billion. Now, again, the original error was with the IDB who published the report. But I contend, or I ask you whether you think he should have picked that up. Madam Speaker, isn't it general knowledge that the $1.2 billion back-to-school grant was provided to PATH households? That's on top of the PATH $1.1 billion extra grant. Everybody remember that $1.2 billion back-to-school grant in August of last year? The opposition spokesman used a table from a report that, in another obvious error, failed to include the Path Back to School grant. Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesman also used a report that underestimated the amount of farmers. We know that it was $1 billion. He used a report that had it at 200 million. That's in the report. Big error. Madam Speaker, after all that we have debated about money provided for computer through Path and non-Path, with them saying it's not enough, the report excluded the $1.85 billion that the government provided for Path and non-Path households for computers. Madam Speaker, shall I go on? The table, Madam Speaker, that the opposition spokesman used to compare our fiscal response, right, underestimated the set cash and the best cash, the flagship program for unemployed, by $3 billion. No, Madam Speaker, again, he used a report from the IDB. But I contend with all the attention, I come here and report on it, a bell should have gone off. I don't want to list all of them, but the money to the CDF, the 189 million is not there. The money to the municipalities, the money for the disabled, those funds are not there. Okay? Now, Madam Speaker, the list of omissions goes on. And the report, I will admit, overestimated one component. The net effect, however, was a gross underreporting of Jamaica's fiscal response to the pandemic, which was very unfortunate. And it's unfortunate the IDB did not consult with the Minister of Finance either. So, Madam Speaker, these fiscal outlays were approved in this Parliament and reported on me on several occasions. And again, the original error in the methodology was the IDB's, but the opposition spoke well. So, Madam Speaker, in using erroneous tabulation to compare us to their Caribbean neighbors, the opposition spokesperson inadvertently ended up constructing a narrative that was false. You use bad data to make a narrative, the narrative is going to be false. And it was very unfortunate. As he presented, I was extremely perplexed. I looked on the thing and said, why isn't he seeing that the information is faulty? The very next day, Madam Speaker, on Friday, March the 12th, I wrote to the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, and to their credit, they quickly appointed a team to look into the matter, and by Monday, they acknowledged the error in a letter to me, which read in part. Here is a letter from the IDB. I have it in my speech. We received your letter from March 12, 2021. We are sorry for any inconvenience caused by the original version of our report. Thank you for the updated information that your team sent us on March 15, 2021 regarding your government's fiscal stimulus spending in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The numbers reveal a doubling of efforts relative to the measures we reported last fall in the IDB's Caribbean Quarterly Bulletin. That was in November. A doubling. We regret the incomplete and inaccurate accounting of Jamaica's programs in the bulletin. Two specific examples are the lack of reporting for spending directed at the health response and the full dimension of the $8 billion and the full dimension of the compassionate grant, $4 billion versus $150 million. These augmented programs certainly are helping to alleviate the impact of the health crisis, the economic recession on Jamaican households and businesses. Madam Speaker, the table in the report from which the opposition spokesman quoted was erroneous not by 10% or by 20%, but the table that he quoted from was wrong by 100%. Now, I say in humility, and it is my job to point it out. I wish I never had to, and I called before, but I have to. You can't put that in the public domain and I not correct it. But in humility, Madam Speaker, recognizing that we are all fallible, including me, that bad data and wrong data leads to false narratives and to bad policy. Now, Madam Speaker, The opposition spokesperson compared our fiscal responses to Barbados and Bahamas and Suriname and Trinidad and put Jamaica at the bottom. Okay? Now, you have to remember, first of all, Barbados and Bahamas and Trinidad are much wealthier countries than ours. And if you are to believe the report on their numbers, then our corrected numbers in aggregate are actually higher than theirs. Right? Now, and we have much higher debt at 110%, or sorry, 94% going into the crisis. They went into the crisis much lower. Now, I want to mention one of the countries that he was, quick to point out that we were less than was our Caribbean neighbor, Suriname. But here's what the same report had to say about Suriname. It said inflation increased from the same IDB report, right? And we know this to be because we've independently verified that this is correct. Inflation increased from 4.2% in December 2019 to 40% at the end of August 2020. Suriname was downgraded to a negative outlook by Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's. This is public information. Suriname's sovereign credit rating was downgraded to selective default by Standard & Poor's, restricted default by Fitch, and CAA3 by Moody's in July 2020, but those ratings were subsequently raised by Fitch to CCC and CC respectively. The main reason for the slight upward revision was the consent from bondholders to restructure the amortization schedule for Suriname's 4-year 2023 bond. So the opposition spokesman chided the government for spending less than our CARICOM neighbor that ended up defaulting on its debt, with inflation skyrocketing from 4% to 40% in 8 months. Now, indeed, that is a choice. But that is not a choice the Jamaican people want the government to make. Madam Speaker, one-dimensional analysis cannot cut it. And one-dimensional analysis that relies on provably erroneous data. Again, I say it in humility because he relied on a report. But we're all fallible. But bad data, wrong data leads to false narratives, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, moving on, another problem is that the opposition spokesperson compounded the error by using the faulty data on comparative fiscal spend to make other assertions. He built much of his presentation around food poverty and compared Jamaica regionally in an unfavorable way, and of course, blamed the government. Madam Speaker, I took the opportunity to read the report he quoted from, which is a standard publication of the U.S. Department of Agriculture that uses quantitative techniques to estimate levels of food poverty in 76 low and middle income countries. Now, I did not simply look at the table in the report. The report describes the methodology that the authors use to derive their results, and the methodology is always very important. The first thing to note is that the methodology is a theoretical quantitative model. It's based on numbers and formula in a proverbial spreadsheet or model. They did not go to these countries and conduct actual surveys with actual people. As Statin does, they did not come to Jamaica and measure food poverty by visiting households. What they did was to take pre-COVID-19 macro data and they incorporated per capita income, the size of GDP contraction that each country is projected to experience, levels of food prices, the impact of this on per capita income of the GDP contraction, and several other variables. And with a complex quantitative model, they use that to project theoretically, right, what food poverty is likely to be. Now, here's how they describe their methodology, which has some. They say the 2020 ISA report incorporated initial estimates of income shocks from the COVID-19 pandemic as presented in the World Economic Outlook from the IMF of April 2020 and compared them with projections from another data set, which represents the pre-pandemic scenario. In early September, that data set produced an unpublished update to their estimates incorporating the best information available on the anticipated decline in GDP in 2020 and a recovery in 2021. The updated IMDS estimates use data from that, as well as estimated and projected values developed by ERS. Now, here's the important point. We use the newly updated GDP information from the IMDS September update to re-estimate the COVID-19 impacts on food security for 2020 and 2030. presented in the 2020 IRSA report. So contrary to how the opposition spokesman used the data from the study, right, to somehow imply that because the fiscal response was low, because the care response was low, then the food poverty gain went up. Right? No, that is just not, that's not what the report says. The report is theoretical, and the report did not depend on government policy. It is a theoretical model using data and parameters, and it's not a measurement of real people anywhere. Now, the last direct measurement of poverty that was done of real people in Jamaica by Statin showed that poverty declined to the lowest levels in 12 years under the Andrew Holness government. That was a direct measurement. Now, back to the theoretical study introduced by the opposition spokesman. Am I discarding it because it's theoretical and saying that it has no value? No, not at all. It has value, but you have to use it according to what it is actually saying. To use the study to weigh the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic is a gross misapplication of the report. But let us examine the report that the opposition spokesman has relied up so much on his thesis. Here is what the same food poverty report introduced by the opposition spokesman says, and I don't recall him highlighting these points. Just put that first graph up for me, please. Of the countries surveyed, theoretically, estimated food poverty in Jamaica is the lowest in Latin America and the Caribbean pre-COVID-19, post-COVID-19, with the only exception of Colombia and the Dominican Republic, both of which have higher average incomes than Jamaica. If the graph would go up on the screen, well, we'll come to it when it can be put up. The other thing that the report speaks to, which was not highlighted by the opposition spokesman, is that in every region of the world, food poverty is estimated to have increased as a result of the COVID-19. Oh, that first graph. Okay, so the blue shows your per capita income. Jamaica is the third blue column. Per capita income is measured on the right axis. Okay? DOMREP and Colombia are the first two blues, and they have higher per capita income. The red line is the percentage of the population projected to be in food poverty. And you'll see that there is somewhat of you'll see that Jamaica is the lowest, but for Colombia and DOMREP, who have higher per capita income than us. And you'll see that there are countries that are wealthier than us, like Peru and Ecuador, who have higher levels of projected food poverty than us. None of that would have been mentioned by the opposition spokesman, and I wonder why. Now, in every region of the world, if we move to the other graph, food poverty is estimated to have increased. Right? So let's look at the other graph. In Asia, it increased. In Latin America and Caribbean, it increased. In North Africa, it increased. In Sub-Saharan Africa, in all the regions surveyed, and also in Jamaica. But these points were left out. No, it's not, and when you look through the report, there is a correlation with the size of the impact and the level of the increase. It's not a perfect correlation, but there is. Latin America and Caribbean is one of the hardest hit regions, and Jamaica is one of the hardest hit countries according to that report as far as GDP is concerned. So, Madam Speaker, poverty is real, and the government the state government had achieved the lowest poverty outturn in 12 years, continues to focus on poverty reduction in face of the pandemic with a continued support to vulnerable populations, Madam Speaker. Now, the opposition spokesman also made claims about increases in food prices. Now, let's be clear, Madam Speaker. Inflation exists. Prices do increase. That's one of the properties of almost all economies. Our policy intent through the conduct of monetary policy by the central bank and with the role of competition is that the movement of general level of prices on an annual basis should be low single digits. And the policy has been working. Inflation has been low and stable and predictable for the past 5 years, probably 6 years. When you compare that with our history, Madam Speaker, it is a remarkable turnaround that this House, both government and opposition, can be proud of. And if we put that graph up, it's only in the last 6 years that we have consistently had inflation less than or equal to or slightly above 5% per annum. And here I'm going 30 years of inflation data, going all the way back to the 1980s. And you will see, if you examine the graph closely, that's only in the last 6 years that we have consistently had inflation on an annual basis of about 5% or less. And that's something to be proud of. And an achievement that we should not undermine. Now, inflation has a compounding effect. If you have a 4% inflation over 5 years and it's compounded, that leads to a cumulative increase of 22% when you compare year 5 with year 1. If you have inflation of 5% per year over 5 years, that leads to a cumulative increase of 28% when you compare year 5 with year 1. So if you are unemployed or on a fixed income, the cumulative impact of these historically low rates of inflation over a number of years can hurt. And it's for that reason why we're allocating increases of $700 million for government pensions this year. And it's for that reason that economic recovery is so important. However, Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesman came to the nation's parliament last week, or week before, and presented a widely circulated image of prices purportedly from 2016 and
the minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be increased sufficiently for him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Madam Speaker, I've already acknowledged that cumulative price increases, even with a 4% to 5% annual inflation, can be 22 to 28% cumulatively over 5 years. However, the price increase data for the items presented by the opposition spokesman were simply not credible, and there's no other way to say it. Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesman provided no source for his information. Look at the speech again. Notice that every other table had detailed sources. Not that one. Not that one. He expects to walk into the nation's parliament and present data to the people of Jamaica, make the case that this data is nationally representative without telling the people where the data came from. Now, he said he got it on radio. He said he got it from a single wholesale business. Which wholesale business, Madam Speaker? Up to now, we don't know. Now, the retail wholesale trade in Jamaica is worth several $100 billion per year and consists of a multitude of individual corner shops and grocery stores and supermarkets and wholesale. What are the annual sales of this one wholesale compared to the hundreds and hundreds of $billions of the business in Jamaica? Madam Speaker, Jamaica is fortunate to have a Consumer Affairs Commission that seeks to assist consumers in Minister Shaw's ministry, that seeks to assist consumers in making informed decisions by conducting and publishing price surveys on various essential consumer goods, including basic food items. The Consumer Affairs Commission, formerly the Pricing Commission, has been doing this since 1971. That is for 50 years. The Consumer Affairs Commission, it has been updated because of the Pricing Commission before. In its current form, it takes its authority from the Consumer Protection Act passed in 2005, when the Most Honourable P.J. Patterson was Prime Minister, and it was amended in 2012, when the Most Honourable Portia Simpson Miller was Prime Minister. And Prime Minister Simpson Miller, in particular, relied heavily on the Consumer Affairs Commission. All you have to do is check the archives. You'll see it. She referred to it in her speeches, etc., etc. She used it. Yes. Today, the Consumer Affairs Commission has an annual budget of $135 million spent on only on collecting price data and publishing it. They employ 32 Jamaicans with an additional survey officer corps of 10 who visit 88 outlets across Jamaica in every single parish, every single month, every single year. The price data is captured on smartphones, and the data is signed off by the outlets and uploaded to the Consumer Affairs Commission thing. The data undergoes a data verification process whereby the outlets are contacted again to query price anomalies. Right? It's a quality assurance. The Consumer Affairs Commission performs rigorous analysis on its price data to ascertain monthly and annual average price changes. And the data is made available to consumers through a price inquiry tool on the Consumer Affairs Commission website. In addition, Consumer Affairs Commission produces a grocery consumer alert in at least one national newspaper every single month with the name of the outlet, the description of the item, the brand, etc., the size, etc. And the data is transparent. They tell you exactly where they got it from and how they got it. And a number of stakeholders, the Bank of Jamaica, Statin, unions, students, academics rely on the Consumer Affairs Commission. The question is, with this robust, transparent price data available going back many years, collected in an independent, objective, and professional manner that is nationally representative, why would the opposition spokesman come to Parliament with this data gathered from one dege unnamed source? Madam Speaker, the Consumer Affairs Commission data, transparently available to anyone on its website, collected from 88 outlets, reports that the average price of mackerel moved by 34% between February 2016 and February 2021, or 6% compounded per year. That is what the Consumer Affairs information has, as opposed to what he had, and I won't even repeat it. According to the Consumer Affairs Commission, corned beef moved by between 17% and 31% over the 5 years, which is approximately 3% to 5% per year. Cooking oil by 16% to 22%, or approximately 3 or 4% per year. Rice by 36%, or approximately 7% a year. Pre-packaged dark sugar, Madam Speaker, all of those things he reported inaccurate information on.
Not even shop yogurt.
Now, Madam Speaker, the one area, at least, if a man get 1 out of 15 right,
Give it to him.
we must give it to him.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
1 out of 15 is a good start. For the opposition, 1 out of 15 is an okay start, right? But, Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesman, with respect to the prices of chicken back, was more on target. Yes, the average price of chicken back, Madam Speaker, that the Consumer Affairs Commission reports was an increase of 87% over the 5 years. And the opposition, no, I'm saying the Consumer Affairs Commission. Let me just, okay? Now, let me say, Madam Speaker,
Get up and object.
that a few months ago, in December, I believe,
Stand up like you get up.
and this is has to be a legitimate concern. A few months ago, in December, I believe, Prime Minister Holness directed that the policy around the allocation of chicken back importation licenses, which has been in place across administrations, be revamped. Minister Green took some new policy proposals to Cabinet, which will be implemented effective April 1st. And the expectation is that we'll see improvements in chicken back pricing. And Minister Green, the Prime Minister, will let you know. Now, the government, at the same time, has to strike a balance, as Minister Green has shared with me, between importation and local production, and has to ensure that the small backyard chicken farmers are able to sell into the market. So during periods of high local supply, we have to balance imports. Now, the prices of chicken back on the world market increased by 15 to 20% last year. So you have to be careful about the temptation of, playing politics with that, because that's totally outside of the government's control. But the new policy for April 1st will bring normalcy and stability to the supply and demand while ensuring that the small backyard farmers won't be left out. So, Madam Speaker, with the exception of the chicken back prices, however, the independently collected, objectively assessed, robustly validated, and transparently available data from the Consumer Affairs Commission differs radically from the subjective information. And what's more, Madam Speaker, opposition spokesman on his table, he left out the fact that the price of counter flour between 2016 and 2021, according to the Consumer Affairs Commission, which I know independently, has declined by approximately 4% over the 5 years. Decline. Now look how much Jamaicans eat dumpling. Average dumpling price is down in 2021 as compared with 2016. And him leave that out. Now, Madam Speaker, from February to February 2016 to February 2021, flour prices have declined. So, Madam Speaker, I don't doubt that someone handed the opposition spokesman the faulty information from a single wholesale, as he says. He never went and made it up, or I don't think he necessarily went himself. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't change the fact that it is not a credible national statistic. Okay? And a lot of damage is done by holding up numbers that are not nationally representative. Madam Speaker, now, I want to point out where, because he can hide behind and say, look, my 2021 prices are okay. The error in his data is in his 2016 prices. Okay? If you use lower 2016 prices than were in fact, then you're going to overestimate the increase. And, Madam Speaker, I'm going to show you the consumer alert information published by Consumer Affairs Commission in the newspapers in 2016. It has a lot of numbers to focus on. But, Madam Speaker, if you look at the prices of mackerel and cooking oil and rice and dark bulk sugar, etc., what you will see, right, and bear in mind that 2.2 pounds in a kilogram, what you see is that the opposition spokesman was far off. Take the price of mackerel that he had in his report as $55 in 2016. When you look on the Consumer Affairs Commission in the corporate area, in Clarendon, in Westmoreland, in St. James, in St. Catherine, in Hanover, in Portland, in April, May, June, July, August, September, the prices of that 155 gram of mackerel is in the region, according to the Consumer Affairs Commission, of $72, $73, $74. One place might have had it for a little less. Okay? Now, if you use a starting price of 55 instead of a starting price, the actual starting price of 70 or 75, you're going to get the wrong number. And the same is true, and I invite the public to look at it for themselves, for the starting prices of cooking oil. The opposition spokesperson had a starting price of cooking oil in 2016 that was completely off. Now, we cannot have that in a nation's parliament, Madam Speaker. Now,
Mr. Golding demands his resignation. He's misleading you. He's misleading you.
I want to give you cooking oil as the last example before I move on. Right? Madam Speaker, I mean, the opposition spokesman reported cooking oil prices as going up by 159 when the actual number is 16%. We can't have that in the parliament. We can't have that. So, Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesperson's 2016 prices are just not credible. They are significantly underestimated, and its percentage increases are grossly exaggerated. Hashtag not credible. Now, if you could just make a policy like that, right, without using a national institution, then what we'll just get rid of all of these state agencies, and the Minister of Finance would just go to the corner shop the weekend before the budget and just go with the budget. We don't have to measure anything formally. So, Madam Speaker, prices have increased. We know that. And we also know that the average is not everyone's experience. By definition, depending on where you shop, some will experience above average increases and some will experience below average increases. The key is to have accurate time information that will aid decision making. So, Madam Speaker, at the first opportunity, whenever the funds become available, we will allocate additional resources to the Consumer Affairs Commission to ensure that they publish and disseminate their work as widely as possible, so that citizens will be informed and the space for the weeds of misinformation to take root will not exist. And we encourage consumers, even in the pandemic, to shop around and to look at the prices published by the Consumer Affairs Commission. Now, while I believe that the opposition spokesman may have had sincere intent, the impact, Madam Speaker, the impact of the gross and irresponsible exaggeration breeds fear. And we will not allow anyone to inadvertently plunder and prey upon the fears of the Jamaican people. And, Madam Speaker, knowledge drives away fear. Knowledge. Madam Speaker, the opposition leader made an unfortunate, misleading. Madam Speaker, he implied that the record dividends being paid by the central bank are funded by profits, the majority of which are comprised of realized and unrealized. Madam Speaker, I want to provide some facts and ask some questions. Between 1989 and 2007, yes, when the opposition was in office, there was an average annual depreciation in the value of the Jamaican dollar by 14% per year. If you could just put the graph up. Between 2012 and 2016, when they were again in office, the average annual depreciation was 9% a year. So far, between February 2016 and March 2021, the average depreciation has been 3.8%. And even if you back off the revaluation of the last 2 weeks, it would have been 4%. The lowest levels in our history, even though we are in the midst of a pandemic. Now, that's just a simple, provable fact. And knowledge is power. And the media, financial journalists, commentators, those watching on television and following on social media should be familiar with. Therefore, narrowing the opportunity for the weeds of misinformation and the thorns of whipped-up fear to thrive. So, Madam Speaker, if depreciation leads to foreign exchange gains, which in turn leads to BOJ dividends just so, I want to share with you the BOJ's foreign exchange gains of the past and ask where the dividends are paid over to the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the audited financial statements of the BOJ show that between 2000 and 2007, and again between 2012 and 2016, 11 years when the opposition was in power, using Mr. Gold's analysis of just adding it all up, the Bank of Jamaica enjoyed foreign exchange dividends of approximately $728 million US. Let me say that again. Under the 11 years, $728 million US of foreign exchange dividends. Today, at today's exchange, that's $107 billion. I want to know, Madam Speaker, where are the dividends? And I'm just talking about 11 of the 18 years. I have not even touched the most devastating parts in the 1990s. Madam Speaker, as a percentage of GDP in each of those 11 years, under the opposition, the foreign exchange gains of the BOJ cumulatively amounted to 6% of GDP. What? That is the budget to educate the 500,000 students in the education system each year. I want to know, the children of Jamaica want to know, where are their dividends? $727 million US dollars, or $107 billion of foreign exchange gains under them, Madam Speaker, and not 1 red cent of dividends. Absolutely zilch to the people of Jamaica.
Where the money there?
And when we, due to good policy, are able to fund a $60 billion SERVE program with a historic, largest ever $33 billion dividend to the people of Jamaica from the central bank, he wants to complain? Madam Speaker, they say that when you live in a glass house, do not throw stones. Madam Speaker, when you live in a glass house, do not throw stones. And Madam Speaker, it is even more evident that if you take a little golden dust and you throw on the glass house, it is still only a glass house on this issue. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to go into all of the data, right? But the fact is, the Bank of Jamaica has 2 sources of income, operating income and foreign exchange income. And when you look at the audited accounts for the last 20 years, foreign exchange income is 20% of overall operating income, and it's consistent over the last 20 years. There's nothing structurally that has changed in that regard. What has changed is the policies behind the approach, Madam Speaker, that allows the BOJ's operating income to be profitably earned. Right? And, Madam Speaker, for more than half of the years between 2000 and 2017, 17 years between 2000 and 2017, the BOJ lost money. More than half for 9 of the 17 years. And for the cumulative period, 2000 to 2017, the BOJ lost money. When you add up all of those 17 years, it's a net loss. So when you hear me celebrate BOJ's profitability and this record dividend, there's a reason I celebrate. I celebrate for Jamaica. I share the development in a celebratory style, in a nationalistic pride, being painfully aware of Jamaica's historical monetary data. And anyone who truly understands the monetary history of Jamaica, in particular the last 20 to 30 years, would celebrate the restoration of sustainable profitability to the BOJ and the first and the record and historic dividends being paid out of the BOJ in a transparent way, in accordance with the Bank of Jamaica Act, in the first week of April, at a time when we need it most. I remind you, Madam Speaker, that for 40 years, or for however long, from 1976, the BOJ's capital was just $4 million, and we did many things. Now, other thing I want to mention, Madam Speaker, is that through deliberate policy action, good policy, we doubled non-borrowed reserves between 2015-16. Well, we'll talk about that another time. Let's leave it out for now. But I want to repeat what I said before, Madam Speaker, that around the world, that central banks pay dividends on an annual basis. In the Bank of England, £500 million a year in the decade between 2010 and 2019. The Canadian Central Bank, $1 billion Canadian dollars a year of dividends from the central bank to the people every year. Australian Central Bank, $2 billion annually, with the exception of a few years. And the Federal Reserve in the United States, $75 billion a year. And what about Jamaica? Even though they, under their side, $728 million US dollars or $100 billion of foreign exchange gains were earned, no dividends were paid. Glass house, Madam Speaker, on that issue. Now, due to good policy, we had $90 billion of opening cash last year when the pandemic hit. And due to good policy, we have an additional $30 billion that will help us implement a social and economic program with vaccines of $60 billion. Policy matters, Madam Speaker, and good policy matters more. And good policy pays dividends, which improves people's lives. Now, as I mentioned before as well, Madam Speaker, we don't print US dollars in Jamaica. Every US dollar we purchased was earned by someone, it was borrowed, or it was remitted here. And for US dollars to be available, there has to be a supply. Arguing in our society about the scarce commodity, how this commodity is allocated at the level at which it has been available has been a preoccupation of the last 40 years, and which has sometimes been unfortunate as it misses the real issue. Some countries have foreign exchange controls where the central bank effectively rations foreign exchange and tells you how much you can buy and at what price. And we rejected that long ago. However, if we don't want exchange controls and want to be able to freely buy or sell foreign exchange with minimal restrictions, then clearly, for any level of supply of US dollars, a market system is the best means of allocating those resources. And the BOJ is working hard and needs to continue to work hard to improve the transparency and functioning of the market through systems and technology. However, a subsidized system would only result in losses for the central bank and non-transparent benefit transfers towards the largest users. Later, I'll present the case of a CARICOM country that makes this point of the ruin that it ultimately causes. So, Madam Speaker, the real issue that we need to focus on, and we're better off focusing on, putting our thoughts and energies on, is how we can increase the supply of US dollars to our country, which is the real fundamental issue. And for too long, we've been skirting around it. But there's no better time than the time when our earnings, our foreign exchange earnings have dropped by $2.5 billion, the lowest levels in 30 years, for us to focus on that. Now, Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesman spoke about the gender impact of the pandemic, expressed in particular the widening of unemployment gender gap. On that score, he's correct. Madam Speaker, in my budget presentation last year, I spoke with great pride about how this government had closed the gender employment gap, where the female unemployment was 20% in 2013 and dropped to a historic low of 8.6% in October 2019. And male unemployment was 10.6% and dropped in 2013 and dropped to a historic low of 6% in October 2019. So the negative difference in female and male unemployment, which used to be 9.4%, was decimated, abolished, and smashed to only 2.6% as at October 2019, before the pandemic. Madam Speaker, pre-pandemic, employment was good under Andrew Holness' administration, but it was especially good for women. While the rest of the world was talking about increasing female labor force participation, our Jamaican women led the way. Now, Madam Speaker, because of the pandemic, 130,000 jobs were lost, and the gender makeup of this initial shock maintained the gender gap, i.e. it was still a low gender gap. What has happened, though, is that the service economy, which is hardest hit, is the slower one to recover. So we saw that by October, we had a recovery in employment, but male employment recovered faster in October numbers than female, because female employment is disproportionately in the service sector of the economy. The good news, though, Madam Speaker, is that the gender gap at 4.4% now is still lower than it was in 2013. And the other good news is that the CARE program disproportionately benefited women. just over 60% of the 440,000 beneficiaries of the CARE program were female, and 40% were male. Approximately 61% of the beneficiaries of the compassionate grant under the CARE program were female, and 39% were male. Approximately 59% of the monthly unemployment stipend beneficiaries, i.e. set cash beneficiaries, are female, and they continue to be female. These women will receive further temporary unemployment support under the Serve Jamaica program. Madam Speaker, we too care about gender disparities and the impact of the pandemic on females, and our policy is a tangible demonstration of that. And again, good policy matters more, and women benefit from the good policy of the Andrew Holness government. Now, Madam Speaker, it's useful to take stock of. I want to address the increased spending and why increased spending is not an option at this time. Madam Speaker, it's useful to take stock to consider what we have had to do to respond to the fiscal challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic. It was by divine providence that prior to the pandemic, we happened to be harvesting resources to make a historic prepayment on debt. Resources from the transfer to Jamaica and Wigton privatization, resources from the reintegration of PBCJ, and from deliberate and conscious overperformance of fiscal targets were to fund a historic prepayment of debt. By the time the pandemic came, we were therefore very fortunate to have an opening cash balance of 90 billion. And it was meant to create room for faster debt reduction and greater growth-related spending. And that plan was very painfully thwarted. It is a blessing that we had those resources to help cushion the impact, or we'll be in a very different position today. We were, believe it or not, the first out of the block in the region and one of the first in the world in announcing a fiscal response to the COVID pandemic. It so happened that we had a budget presentation at the same time, so that was a convenience. But as a historical fact, we announced our fiscal program first on March 10th, and we followed it up on March 24th in the closing budget presentation. You can check the data. That's far ahead of the vast majority of countries in the world, far ahead of all the countries in our region and most countries in the world. In addition, we took the step to suspend our fiscal rules and extended the date by which Jamaica's debt to GDP ratio should be reduced to 60% by 2 years. We also adjusted the automatic correction mechanism in our fiscal rules to lower the pace of the fiscal correction. The law passed in 2014 required fiscal correction over 2 years. We relaxed that requirement by doubling the time required for fiscal correction to 4 years, easing fiscal pressures. Otherwise, coming into the 21-22 fiscal year, we'd have even greater fiscal challenges. And, Madam Speaker, even with the renewal of the NHT contributions, Madam Speaker, the resources were still insufficient to fund an economic recovery program in 21-22. We harvested a one-off $33 billion dividend from the Bank of Jamaica, which will fund the $60 billion social and economic recovery with vaccine program for Jamaica, the SERVE program. Without that dividend, the fiscal challenges would have been excruciatingly more difficult. Madam Speaker, so we are fortunate to have the $90 billion last year, or this year, and the $33 billion for next year. That's approximately 6% of GDP in fiscal spending to keep the proverbial train running on time and to provide economic and social and medical support to vulnerable populations. For a country with the scale of our fiscal problems, that is a considerable achievement for all of us. Madam Speaker, in describing the component of the SERVE program, I said that instead of it being 60 billion, I wish it could have been 100 billion or 200 billion, and explained the constraints that placed a hold on that desire. Since then, the view has been expressed that we should spend more to boost growth funded by reducing the primary balance, which is the fiscal savings required to pay our interest bill. This would result in us targeting a fiscal balance lower than projected for in our legislated fiscal rules. Indeed, the opposition spokesman made such a suggestion in his presentation, arguing that it would boost growth. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my opening budget presentation, I have given this situation a lot of thought. And in the process, I have reviewed a lot of data and information, and I want to share my thoughts with you, the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we have to make policy that suits the particular provable realities in Jamaica. Our conversation is happening against the backdrop of policy action in the United States, which no doubt has had an influence on some. Madam Speaker, the United States is very, very different from ours. It's a wealthy country, diverse economic base, very robust and quite self-sufficient. Trade is approximately 20% of GDP, and for Jamaica, trade in goods and services is approximately 80% of GDP. As a result, relative to other countries such as the United States, fiscal stimuli that incrementally boost consumption in Jamaica has much less of an impact on economic growth, unless it is targeted at the very poorest quintiles, which is what we're trying to do, where the expenditure basket has the most domestic content. When you boost outside of that group, what you're likely to get is increased savings, as happened with the first stimulus in the United States. It was so wide, it wasn't targeted, they ended up with a saving boom that drove the stock market, and that's why they had to come again with something that's more targeted. When you boost outside of that group, you're likely to get increased savings, a greater proportion of foreign source consumption, and or consumption of items with a high import content, which is not going to support growth in Jamaica. Speaking more technically, Madam Speaker, the fiscal multiplier is a term that measures the impact of discretionary fiscal policy on economic output, and it's a ratio of the change in economic output resulting from a particular change in expenditure. And the economic literature has empirical studies on the size of fiscal multipliers in developing and developed countries over long periods of time. And the general findings are that in developing countries like ours, under our structure, stimuli that boost consumption expenditure most times does not have a statistically significant impact on growth of economic output, and sometimes has a negatively distortionary impact for the following conditions and reasons. The more open the economy, it is established around the world in economic literature, the lower the fiscal multiplier under certain conditions. Increased openness is associated with leakage through imports, and that is for very open economies. Consumption-related fiscal stimuli grow other foreign economies as they finance imports from and hence production in those economies. And if trade as a percentage of GDP exceeds a particular threshold, usually estimated at 60%, the fiscal multiplier is actually negative. Now, if you look at our data historically, I believe that you can see that. Meaning, Madam Speaker, that driving consumption weakens growth through the feedback effect of consumer imported related current account deterioration. The PIOJ data shows that for the average openness between 2010 and 2019 of the Jamaican economy was 83%. With that degree of openness, Madam Speaker, fiscal stimuli that goes after consumption has a negative feedback effect because of the feedback effect of the current account deficit. Indebtedness of the country. Empirical data suggests that highly indebted countries generally have lower fiscal multipliers, and fiscal stimulus in high-debt countries tend to negatively impact credibility and confidence on private investment and increases the interest rate risk premium. So it's very firmly established through theoretical and empirical studies that for small, open, highly indebted, non-diversified economies like ours, fiscal multipliers from stimuli that boost consumption expenditure is negligible and often negative. So, Madam Speaker, the literature suggests that boosting stimuli that boost consumption in that way is not a reliable or bankable strategy for economic growth. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, it has been shown, however, unless it is targeted to the populations that are going to use it on domestically produced items, which tend to be the poorest quintiles. Madam Speaker, it has been shown as well that government investment, otherwise known as public investment, has a positive fiscal multiplier in most scenarios. Public investment often has high import content. However, appropriately planned and executed public investment leads to increased capacity and thus translates into higher productivity of existing and new investment. That is, it increases the returns on existing and new investment, which spurs further private investment and hence the multiplier effect. For that reason, a little over half of the Serve Jamaica program is geared towards public investment. Now, Madam Speaker, a practical factor that has to be considered in the Jamaican context is the limited absorptive capacity of the public sector to execute on public investment. We know from experience that we have almost always underperformed on our capital budgets, perhaps meeting it only twice in the last 12 years. And that is with capital budgets growing at a modest clip. One of the reasons for this is the challenge of executing on these projects, bureaucratic delays due to real resource constraints, absence of people, outdated systems, complicated procedures. The exception has been public investments arising from government to government cooperation, where these projects are funded and contracted by foreign governments and where the implementation is largely outside of Jamaica's public bureaucracy. Those have been scalable, but they have other disadvantages as well. Jamaica's naked reality is that the country's current ability in quick time to ramp up public investment and execute on it in a short period of time is neither realistic nor practical. Now, obviously, we don't accept this limitation as permanent, and we continue to work to increase absorption capacity. But I'm telling you today's reality. So it would be nice to imagine that the government could suddenly add $20 billion more of public investment with high domestic value add for the upcoming fiscal year and execute on it. But that would be an exercise in fooling ourselves, particularly under current pandemic conditions. In fact, executing on the $31 billion public investment in the SERVE program will likely have implementation challenges. That $8 billion program that the Prime Minister spoke to in detail has to go on the PBCJ schedule and has to be approved, has to go through procurement and so forth. We have to complete procurement and initiate and complete preparatory activities. Given our realities, just talking plain, this is not straightforward. So scaling up public investment on the fly, much beyond what we've already done, is not a practical option for Jamaica at this point in time. We have serious capacity constraints. And talk is cheap, Madam Speaker, but we have to confront our reality today. And remember that the largest CapEx achievement so far, nominally, was the $68 billion in 2019-20. And it was almost one of the highest as well as a percentage of GDP. And it included the $8 billion for PATH. If you take out that $8 billion, the highest that we have done is $60 billion, if you're comparing for like. And this year we're programming $52 billion as compared with our peak of $60 billion. And the $52 billion is 20% above what was budgeted for fiscal year 2020-21, which we're going to struggle to meet anyway. So what I say, Madam Speaker, is let us implement the $52 billion that we have first, and then see whether the capacity to absorb more exists. And we're going to push and push and push. Now, don't get me wrong, we could always have public investment where we import some new trucks and new buses as a public investment, but that would not meet the definition of having an immediate fiscal multiplier. And in fact, the foreign exchange outflows at this time would work against us. So given the structure of our economy, Madam Speaker, seeking to boost growth through consumption can have negative impact because of leakage. And we have been there before. Unless it is targeted at where consumption is likely to be domestically weighted. And while public investment has positive multiplier, we are limited by implementation capacity limits of the public bureaucracy. In addition, Madam Speaker, there is the complication of our high debt at 110% of GDP. Countries around the world are often grouped into high income, middle income, and low income. And debt ratios are increased around the world. The United States is at 100%, but I already explained that they're in a completely different category from us. They're robust, they're diverse, they're deep, and they print the reserve currency of the world. So, Madam Speaker, low-income countries have experienced large increases in debt ratios as well, but they stand to benefit from multilateral debt suspension initiatives extended to the poorest countries in the world. Let me be the first to tell you, as I said before, that it's very likely that middle-income countries with high debt ratios are going to have only two options: restructure their debts or make sure they get them down in time. Now, Madam Speaker, it's already happening right here in our CARICOM region, in our hemisphere and in the world. Our CARICOM neighbor, Suriname, had growth rates of 1.7%, 2.6%, 2.5% in 2017, 2018, and 2019, higher than ours in each of those years. Their debt was 75% in 2018, 82% in 2019, prior to COVID, lower than ours. However, Madam Speaker, in 2020, as a result of conditions brought on by the pandemic, Suriname defaulted on its debt and is now engaged in a restructuring with bondholders. From IDB and IMF reports, Suriname's debt went up from 82% to 109% by June 2020, and by November it was at 145%. Inflation, the IMF, I said IDB and IMF reports. Inflation was 4.2%. It is in the national newspapers. Inflation was 4.2% in December 2019, and by August 2020, it was 40%. We have been there, and we know how destructive that is, especially for the poor. And all of that happened just like that, snap, suddenly. So I said the risks are real, my fellow Jamaicans, and it is happening right here in our neighborhood. In the Surinamese case, the channel through which the pressure built was their monetary channel. The crisis exacerbated their current account deficit, and to massive levels, though high double digits. Though they have a floating exchange rate, they had their currency, according to reports, at a particular level and presumably used reserves. And once the foreign exchange inflows dwindled, kaboom, they had ended up with a one-off devaluation. Now, Suriname may get lucky because they just discovered oil. So they will be all right over time. But for now, they're negotiating a program with the IMF to bail them out. Now, Jamaica's risks are profound, and we need to be mindful given our history of policy relapse. Too much rainfall has sent our economy sinking. Drought or too little rainfall regularly depresses economic output. Tropical cyclones or hurricanes have flattened the economy in the past. Commodity price volatility, grain, alumina, bauxite, oil have wrecked our economy in recent time. Geopolitical tension and strife, sanctions, all of these actions, Madam Speaker, import volatility into Jamaica, into macroeconomic volatility. And any one of these variables, all of which are outside of our control, could set us back. The point, Madam Speaker, is that if those risks materialize, while we're still burdened with high debt, going into the crisis, you remember Suriname was just 82%, the situation can change more quickly than most realize. And Jamaica has already had 2 debt restructurings in the last decade, which were extremely costly socially and economically. Remember, poverty went up to 24% in 2013. Suriname is not alone either. Ecuador had to restructure, and in January, Reuters reported that Chad officially requested debt restructuring. In February, Zambia requested debt restructuring. And S&P also reported, these are from Reuters news reports, and Reuters also reports that that S&P, the International Credit Rating Agency, expects Ethiopia to follow soon. So far, this common framework for debt restructuring is only open to low-income countries, where they can step in and there's an agreed framework about how the debts are going to be restructured. As time passes, it will not be surprising to see some highly indebted middle-income countries, including some in the Western Hemisphere, come forward to restructure their debts. Now, Madam Speaker, if and when that begins to happen, Jamaica's dynamics have to be far outside of this zone. Or else, what happens is, we'll be seen as a potential candidate. That's how it works. If all of a sudden the dominoes start to drop in our hemisphere by countries that look like us, have similar dynamic ratios to us, then they're going to think we're going to be next. And sometimes those can be self-fulfilling. So, Madam Speaker, I'm doing everything in my power to avoid that potential outcome, as much as we're focusing on ensuring that we invest both in terms of legislation and procedures and capital in recovery. We don't want to be confused with other highly indebted middle-income countries. I'm working to ensure that by then we will have differentiated ourselves by our institutions. And with the opposition, we passed the Bank of Jamaica Amendment Act, which will give us an independent central bank by April 1st. So we want to be differentiated by our institutions, by how we handle the crisis, and by the clarity of our thought and the deliberate nature of our policy making. And for those who say, just move it by a little bit, no man, that not going to trouble nobody. To them I say, remember that it is always only the straw that breaks the camel's back. We need to use our resources wisely. Just today, Prime Minister Andrew Holness's experience, leadership, and vision was again called upon as a leader of a middle-income country that is weathering this crisis well, relative to others. He was locked in meetings today. You saw him turn up a little late, with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada and with the United Nations Secretary General on crafting global proposals for middle-income countries involving investment and possible accommodations. The world is looking to Jamaica. My fellow Jamaicans, we're in the midst of a dangerous crisis, and there's a lot of uncertainty. And add to all of the vulnerabilities that we mentioned earlier. We may need to spend more as the crisis evolves, but we need to be prepared for what may be around the corner. We don't have infinite resources. We have managed on our own so far in this crisis because of our prudence and our predisposition to always be thinking ahead. You have my word, Madam Speaker, that if the conditions improve and revenue collections improve, we will find additional resources and we will put more money in people's hands in a targeted way to those who need it most. But we cannot count our chickens before they hatch. The crisis is far from over. We have to keep our powder dry and we have to be prudent. We have to balance what we know now in terms of the resources and what we don't know in terms of the evolution of the crisis. We cannot find ourselves out of resources at the wrong time. If we throw out good policy, not knowing where the crisis is headed, we would be taking risks that we cannot afford. So, Madam Speaker, here's how we are approaching it. We're in the midst of this unprecedented, unpredictable, and dangerous global crisis. The budget has been cast in this context and is focused on providing resources to allow us to respond to the crisis, to recover stronger, faster, and better than before. The budget, through the $60 billion Serve Jamaica program, provides resources for us to attain herd immunity this year, support economic recovery with a large infrastructure program that will be challenging to implement, support economic recovery with large allocations of rural farm roads and productivity incentives, help small businesses transition to the digital environment, support vulnerable segments of the population, and provide opportunities for thousands of vulnerable people to be engaged in ways that improve our environment. Madam Speaker, subject to the evolution of the health crisis, we expect job recovery to begin this fiscal year, and furthermore, for job recovery to be kick-started in the next quarter. However, Madam Speaker, it will take several quarters, actually a few years, for the economic and job recovery to restore all that we have lost from the pandemic. What we desire, however, is that the recovery is steady, that it is consistent, and that it happens in a few years, rather than the decade-long time frame of our previous recoveries. Madam Speaker, we'll be piloting the central bank digital currency to bring more Jamaicans into the financial system, and we expect this to spur financial innovation, which will deepen access to finance. And over the medium term, the central bank digital currency will play a significant role in recovering stronger. MSMEs are the backbone of our economy, and we're improving access to finance with $2 billion in this year's budget. We'll end up with 3 equity funds, including one in the gestation period now, focused exclusively on MSMEs, with a total capitalization in the 3 funds of the Jamaican equivalent of between $8 billion and $10 billion, which will be a game changer. Madam Speaker, to recover fast and stronger, agriculture will be important. The pandemic and its impact on imports has provided the opportunity to boost agricultural output and hence allocation to productivity incentives and farm roads that I know Minister Green will judicially employ. Our capital budget includes just under $1 billion to support irrigation of arable lands in Essex Valley and in St. Catherine and in Clarendon. And I'm working with Minister Green from the finance angle on storage solutions as well. The full restoration of lost jobs and economic output will require a reboot of tourism and will not happen in a single fiscal year. It will also depend on the pace of the health and economic recovery. So, Madam Speaker, what we're doing is making the investment in this fiscal year to deepen the tourism product as announced by the Prime Minister. So as tourism arrivals increase again, more dollars and more value add will stay right here in Jamaica. And that is why the Prime Minister announced the expansion of the Montego Bay Freeport Terminal to accommodate larger vessels, the construction of the Artisan Village in Falmouth, the building of a new town centre in Falmouth as well on 50 acres of land using the PPP modality, the reconstruction of the second berth at Reynolds Pier to accommodate larger cruise vessels, and to have a promenade that links the Reynolds Pier to the Ocho Rios fishing village, to the main cruise terminal and to Ocho Rios, and the new museum and other facilities at Port Royal. What this is doing is deepening the tourism product so that we'll have more investment, and when it resumes, we'll be able to take more out of it. With the amendment of the Casino Gaming Act, we will, Madam Speaker, Jamaica could possibly receive investment of over $2 billion US in aggregate due to the eagerness of casino gaming resorts to invest in Jamaica. They're knocking on our door every month, Madam Speaker, even in the pandemic. This week, tomorrow. And we're having to assure them that we'll soon have the law passed and the RFP launched. So, Madam Speaker, we're pursuing a private sector investment approach. The Prime Minister has spoken about the Cayman Special Economic Zone and confirmed the interest of international investors to invest tens of billions of Jamaican dollars in this project. And we're working to repeal and replace the Customs Act, bringing in modern procedures that will facilitate the leveraging of our airport and airport assets, along with our hardworking people, to play a larger role in the global supply chain. These productivity incentive changes will unleash investment and jobs across the medium term. Madam Speaker, we're investing in infrastructure to improve our productivity of new and existing investments, which will support durable growth. The South Coast project is already interesting developers to bring significant housing investment to St. Thomas. And as Prime Minister Holness mentioned before, not this budget, but in a previous speech, the Montego Bay Perimeter project with the extension of the road from Montpelier to Holland Bamboo and the completion of the complete vision of the South Coast Improvement Project will see goods and people be transported from Kingston to Montego Bay eventually on a 4-lane highway non-stop. And you know what I call that? All right. Madam Speaker, we're also likely to achieve this. We're also likely to achieve this by expansion of the Mobay to Ocho Rios for 4-lane connection between Kingston and Mobay to be a reality. Madam Speaker, these are possible across the medium term, and that will increase the productivity of investment and usher in new investment too. You cannot imagine the transformative impact of connecting Jamaica's 2 major cities by direct and efficient 4-lane highway, of connecting Jamaica's 2 international airports by direct and efficient 4-lane highway, by conducting Jamaica's 2 major seaports by direct and efficient 4-lane highway. This will make all kinds of economic activity more productive, and ideas that may not have been feasible before will become feasible with this transformation. This is all scheduled to be completed within the medium term, Madam Speaker, and will likely boost our recovery efforts. Madam Speaker, where the GOJ has absorption capacity, where we don't have absorption capacity, we'll organize for the private sector to step in. In 2019, the World Bank had a ranking where Jamaica was ranked number 4 in Latin America for PPPs. and number 5 in Latin America and the Caribbean for our investment and business climate for PPPs. And we were ranked number 1 in Latin America and Caribbean for the maturity of our PPP environment. We will leverage our earned reputation for successful PPP implementation to mobilize international and domestic capital for investment in water, in sewage, in healthcare in Jamaica. Minister Tufton has spoken about the multi-billion-dollar centers of excellence in nephrology and oncology, which will be realized by the PPP modality. The Prime Minister has spoken about the expansion in water, which will also be realized by several PPP projects. And as the Prime Minister has announced, we are working towards having the highway projects beyond the South Coast Highway and the Montego Bay Perimeter Road projects being conducted by open competitive modality with the assistance of the World Bank. And ideally, some of these will be by PPP modality too. And there's more to come. We'll be finalizing our large-scale and pioneer industry investment regime that will put us in a position to attract major US billion-dollar investments. In targeting a robust recovery, Madam Speaker, recognizing the constraints of government, the government of Jamaica is working to mobilize hundreds of billions of Jamaican dollars of international and domestic capital for investment in Jamaica across the medium term, across the areas I highlighted previously and beyond. And this will fuel and sustain our economic recovery, and we will recover stronger, faster, and better. Ultimately, the government of Jamaica is deliberately and consciously pursuing a private sector-led economic recovery. And while the government will invest to the fullest extent of its capacity, we will reap far more investment, multiples of what the government could possibly do, from the international and local private sector over the medium term if we invest in the productivity-enhancing spaces through public investment. This, together, has the potential to transform Jamaica. In concluding, Madam Speaker, policy matters. And good policy matters more. The opposition says people should be at the center of good policy. But of course, Madam Speaker, who benefited from the good policy that yielded $90 billion of cash resources last year? Nearly 500,000 people. Who is benefiting from the good policy that yielded the $30 billion of dividend resources this year? Let me tell you, 15,000 taxi drivers, which is 15,000 people. 5,000 contract carriage operators, which is 5,000 people. Over 50,000 unemployed, which is 50,000 people. We expect more than 100,000 seniors, which is 100,000 people. Madam Speaker, there'll be an additional 17,000 devices through the CDF and through councillors. That's 17,000 people. The farmers who will receive the productivity incentives are people. The thousands who will find jobs through infrastructure construction, Madam Speaker, and the thousands with temporary employment through the Paint the City and river training activities are people. Madam Speaker, the 2 million people vaccinated, to be vaccinated this year, of which 24,000 have already been vaccinated up to 2 days ago, are benefited from the good policy, and that is people, Madam Speaker. So it is people who benefit from good policy, and that is why we pursue good policy. Madam Speaker, on this side, improving the lives and the lived experience of the Jamaican people is our mandate and focus. The COVID-19 pandemic has interrupted our progress, but with good policy, we will recover faster, better, and stronger than before. And against the background of 16 years of heavy tax increases prior to 2016, every single year except for one between 2000 and 2015-16, where tax increases total over $100 billion in nominal terms between 2000 and 2016, where in terms of GDP, tax increases total 14% of GDP between 2000 and 2016. Madam Speaker, tax increases average 0.87% of GDP every single year for the 16 years between 2000 and 2016. Think about that. It is because of that background, Madam Speaker, we are particularly pleased that for the 6th consecutive year now, the budget has no new net taxes. We are particularly pleased, Madam Speaker, that for the 4th consecutive year now, the budget has no new taxes. And Madam Speaker, we are particularly pleased that for the 3rd consecutive year now, the budget has some tax or fee that we have put into the rubbish bin of history by abolishing it. 3 years in a row. And this is so even in the middle of the pandemic. My fellow Jamaicans, we have agency as an independent people. We can create the future we want to see. We can fulfill our destiny as a people. And with God's help, we can pursue good policy that benefits the people, that will allow Jamaica to recover faster, better, and stronger than before. God bless you, and God bless Jamaica. God bless you too.
Madam Speaker, we have come to the end. No, man, please.
Not yet.
No, hold on.
Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
I ask that the bill be read a second time.
The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled "An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2022, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament, and for matters connected therewith and related thereto," read a second time.
Members of the House, we will now resolve ourselves into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Members, I now put clause 1. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 2. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 3. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, I put the schedule. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I also put, members, the title and the enacting clause. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favour? Those against?
A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament and for matters connected therewith and related thereto, read a third time and passed.
So, Madam Speaker, just earlier, because of how vigorous and vibrant this debate has been, and how the presentation by the Minister of Finance has really topped them all to speak, I just want, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, to commend all the participants. Our Prime Minister, who gave an excellent presentation, the leader of the opposition, who did a fine job, the opposition spokesman on finance, who in his maiden presentation did make an impression, albeit, of course, the minister himself indicated that with a big bat, he was able to dispatch everything to the boundary and over. Madam Speaker, I've already moved the appropriate motion with regards to the other contributions to come in the sectoral debate, and when the House meets at a date to be fixed, we will recommence that process. Madam Speaker, I ask that you recommit the presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained to allow the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development to take the bill in his name.
Members, the question before the House is that we have the recommittal of the item, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look good, don't it? It has been just over 1 year since the corona pandemic.
Minister, just a moment. Can we have the reading of the bills for first time? Minister, I invite you to ask the clerk to have the bill read the first time.
Ask to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021.
A bill shortly entitled the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of a second reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021 and to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the second reading of the bill entitled the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021 and to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was just over 1 year ago since the corona pandemic made an unwelcome arrival in Jamaica since March 10, 2020. The government has employed the Disaster Risk Management Act as the primary legislative tool to manage this public health crisis. In this period, many lessons have been learned about the effectiveness of this law in relation to the government's priority of returning the country to full productivity and social activity. One of these lessons, Madam Speaker, is an unfortunate one. We have learned that while many of our residents, citizens, and visiting Jamaicans and overseas guests respect the orders issued under the Act to safeguard public health, there are still ways and too many who continue to demonstrate total disregard and, in some cases, encourage others to contribute to the threat of lives and to endanger many other Jamaicans. This reality also shows that the Disaster Risk Management Act requires amendments to ensure that the government of Jamaica can swiftly and comprehensively respond to any emergency, as well as to introduce a specific enforceable system of sanctions against those who continue to create chaos and confusion in breaking the various laws that are put in place to ensure that our public health protocols are maintained. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I will now move to the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Bill, clause by clause. Clause 1 identified the bill and stated that it should be read as the original Disaster Risk Management Act. Clause 2 is amended to expand the categories of persons who are defined as authorized officers under the Act. There are 7 such categories, Madam Speaker, which includes the municipal police, Chief Executive Officer of the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, the Commissioner of Customs, the Senior Director in the Technical Services of the Department of the Ministry responsible for local government. Clause 2 also contains 6 critical changes to some of the definition of the category of disaster in the Principal Act, Madam Speaker. By way of example, the definition of the term disaster has been expanded to include the specific terms hazardous material, incident, pandemic, nuclear or radiation, emergency. These terms, as well as others including environment exposure and hazard, has also been given specific meanings in Clause 2. Subclause 1 of Clause 26, which deals with the declaration of a disaster area, is amended to make it clear that the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, ODPEM, can report threat of any type of disaster to the Minister of Local Government the moment it is apparent. Subsection 5 is also amended to confirm the authority of an authorized officer employed, an employee of ODPEM, or any other person authorized in writing by the Director General of the agency to enter premises to ensure compliance with the provisions of the Act. Clause 27, Madam Speaker, is amended to give an authorized officer or any authorized person who is enforcing compliance the authority and the option to warn a person or persons that failure to comply violate subclause 52(1)(b) of the Act. This is important as currently an authorized officer cannot proceed to prosecute a breach of the Act without first warning the offender. And this, Madam Speaker, is the most critical and important component of the amendment that is being made to this bill, Madam Speaker. All right. Let me repeat it, Madam Speaker. The amendment is to give an authorized officer or any authorized person who is enforcing compliance the option, Madam Speaker, that was never there before. So what we are now seeing is that this Act is currently, this is important as currently an authorized officer cannot proceed to prosecute a breach without first warning the offender. With this amendment, persons can be prosecuted for breaches without a formal warning being given, Madam Speaker, and I think this is critical important in this amendment. I now move to Clause 52, which is to amend and to include a structure of offenses and penalties, including fixed penalties in relation to the order made under the Act. This clause, specified through the 5th schedule, that produced to be applied when a constable deems that an offense has been committed. This includes serving of a formal notice, which essentially a ticket that specifies the details surrounding the offense. The notice also offers a chance of paying a fixed penalty for the offense within a specified period of time, failing which the notice becomes a summons to the court, a summons to appear in court to answer the charges. Importantly, also, those provisions reflect fairness, as a maximum of 30 days must pass between the date of the notice is issued and the date that the fixed penalty is to be paid. Additionally, Madam Speaker, anyone who has to face the courts for failing to pay the penalties will not be liable for conviction for the alleged offense if the fixed penalty is paid before the final judgment of the case is delivered. In the very instance, Madam Speaker, the fines are to be paid at any collectorate through the website of Tax Administration Jamaica. The form of the notice is also displayed in the schedule. Clause 52 also contains the sixth schedule, which addresses the list of fixed penalties for breaches. This list has 10 levels or tiers of fixed penalties, which range from $3,000 for the first level offense to $500,000 for the 10th level. There are 40 offenses specified that attract these fixed penalties. Madam Speaker, I want quickly just to give the House and the country a clear insight into the structure of these penalties. For example, if you fail to wear a mask in public, do not maintain this 6-foot social distancing rule, or breach the protocols governing public transportation, you have committed an offense. And if the police serve you a notice, the fixed penalty, Madam Speaker, is $5,000. If you fail to stay inside your place of residence during a curfew, the fixed penalty, Madam Speaker, is $10,000. If a gym is operated outside the time specified, or small outdoor events are held in breach of the order, the fixed penalty is $20,000. Madam Speaker, persons who normally reside in Jamaica and on returning to the island from overseas fail or refuse to remain in quarantine or to obey the other directives or order is liable for a fine of $25,000 if a person who does not normally reside in Jamaica or who is a tourist refuses to stay inside the resilient corridor as required. The penalty is $30,000. Any person who has COVID-19 and refuses to stay in quarantine is subjected to a fine of $50,000, and the same amount apply to any employer who does not comply with the specified workplace requirements. Madam Speaker, for offense of conducting funerals, burials, weddings, or any other worship service in contravention of the order in force, the fixed penalty, Madam Speaker, is $100,000. This penalty also applies where bars operated outside of the time specified does not have the necessary license under the spirit license. Anyone who operates a hotel, a resort cottage that is not licensed under the Tourist Board Act, certified by the Tourism Product Development Committee, or located within the resilient corridor is subjected to a fixed penalty of $500,000. This fine is also applies to any hotel, resort that breaches COVID-19 protocols, and to any nightclub, amusement park, water attraction that is operated when it is ordered closed. Any company in the business processing outsourcing sector that is not certified by the Director General of ODPEM or which breaches the COVID-19 operational protocol is also subjected to this fine. With respect to the matter of these fixed penalties or fines, I wish to make one thing clear. These penalties do not replace the sanctions for offenses that are already in the Principal Disaster Risk Management Act. Anyone who commits an offense, who is brought to the court, convicted before a resident magistrate, a parish court, is still liable to the maximum fine of $1 million or to imprisonment not exceeding 1 year. Clause 52A is a new subclause which prescribes the manner in which a notice is to be served on a person deemed to have committed a breach. The notice may be served personally, by registered mail or electronically. Madam Speaker, the second schedule of the Act has been changed to add the mayor of each municipal corporation, the chief public health officer in the Ministry of Health, to the membership of the National Disaster Risk Management Council. I just want to mention this again quickly, Madam Speaker. This amendment to this section of the Act will afford the mayors or the chairmen of the municipalities and the chief medical officer of health to sit as legitimate members of the National Disaster Risk Management Council. Madam Speaker, these amendments to the Disaster Risk Management Act are clear. They have been crafted in pursuit of clear objectives. The circumstances in which the Act can be invoked have been expanded to ensure that the government has at all times the legislative authority within which it can respond swiftly to challenges and to secure the interests of the population. At the same time, these changes set out clear sanctions for those who undermine the mission of balancing livelihoods through personal and other forms of irresponsibility, Madam Speaker, and who at this point in time, is hindering the efforts to save lives and to save the country in the face of rising numbers of infection and hospitalization. I therefore, Madam Speaker, put to this Honourable House the amendments for the Disaster Risk Management Act of 2021, Madam Speaker, and I invite this Honourable House to consider and make the wise decision to ensure that we safeguard the interests of the Jamaican people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker. Sorry. Madam Speaker, the Disaster Risk Management Act in Section 57, subsection 2, requires that a review of the Act be done within 3 years after it was brought into effect. That review is supposed to be done by a committee of both houses of the Act itself, the Principal Act, which is a significant piece of legislation. That review hasn't taken place. We have a bill before us amending the Act in certain, really around the enforcement aspects of the Act. And there was some talk about it going to a joint select committee. I don't think there's sufficient in here that would necessitate that. And I had said that to the minister. But the review of the Act itself, which is overdue, ought to have taken place, because a year into a pandemic where the entire regulatory framework in which Jamaica has had to be operating arises under this Act, there really ought to have been a review of it to see whether it is fit for purpose, whether it's doing its job, where it's weak, where it's strong, etc. So, in a sense, I think it has been derelict of this Parliament and the government as the persons with the majority in Parliament for this review not to have taken place so far. I don't know when it will happen. Madam Speaker, I do have some concerns with the bill, and conceptually it is problematic, and I'll say why. The Act as it exists now allows the Prime Minister to make orders. And the grounds upon which the orders can be made, or the objectives that the orders are to be made for, are very broad. They are for removing or otherwise guarding against hazards. Hazards are a whole wide array of dangers and the probable consequences of them, or mitigating those hazards. Those are the principal, very broad grounds upon which those orders can be made by the Prime Minister. Under the original scheme of the Act, under the Act as it stands today, now, a breach of the order made by the Prime Minister is not an offence. The provision in the Act, Section 52, that creates the offences, does not make the breach of the order an offence. That is, the orders are made under Section 26, and there is no offence for breaching an order under Section 26. Section 27 deals with the powers of authorized persons, policemen, and there's a whole long list of persons who are authorized persons for this purpose, and indeed that list is now being made even longer by this amendment. they can give various forms of directions on a whole range of topics. In fact, 27 goes from A to R in subparagraphs of things that they can give instructions around. And a failure to comply with that, with an instruction given by an authorized person, if a warning is given for non-compliance and the warning is not heeded, is a criminal offense. But under the scheme of the Act now, as it stands today, the warning is mandatory. The offense is not committed if the warning is not given. So, to repeat, the scheme of the Act as it stands now is that the Prime Minister can make these orders, but breaching the orders is not a criminal offense. Authorized persons can give certain directions, and if those directions are not heeded by the public, a warning must be given. If the warning is not given, then that is an offense. Now, the scheme of the Act says that the Prime Minister can make these orders of his own volition. There is no parliamentary oversight whatsoever of those orders. And that was a permissible way of proceeding when this Act was originally passed, because the breach of the orders was not a criminal offense. Now we're changing that, because what this bill is doing is to make a breach of the measures required by the orders a criminal offense. And it's a criminal offense that's punishable by a fine of up to $1 million or by imprisonment for up to 1 year. So it is a serious thing we're talking about. And the question really is this in keeping with our general democratic system of governance, that the Prime Minister can make orders determining conduct which will be a criminal offense if not complied with, without Parliament being involved in deciding whether or not that conduct should be criminalized. And that is not something I've seen in any other law that we have enacted since I have been a parliamentarian. So theoretically, for example, an order could say that if you don't get a vaccination, that's an offense. I don't think the government would do that. But theoretically, that could happen. And there could be a whole range. One's imagination could go far and wide in imagining the kind of conduct that an order could encapsulate, and which would now be criminal if it wasn't complied with. And the Parliament would have no say as to whether or not that conduct ought to be made criminal. I have a big problem with that, Madam Speaker. The normal approach to matters such as this is that when regulations are being made, and an order is a form of regulation, where regulations are being made, they are typically brought back to the House to be approved by a resolution. Normally, the formulation in the law is that they require affirmative resolution. Affirmative resolution under the Interpretation Act means that it must be approved not only by the House of Representatives, but also by the Senate. And that provides a safeguard. First of all, it's more transparent. And secondly, it allows the Parliament to decide whether or not they want this particular piece of law to become law. That doesn't happen with the bill as brought here. As brought here, going forward, if we pass this bill, an order can be made, it can ban or restrict a whole range of things. And if the public breach it, it's a criminal offense, punishable by a fine of up to $1 million or imprisonment for up to 1 year. I have a problem with that, Madam Speaker. I don't think that is consistent with our traditions of democratic governance and with the importance of ensuring that the legislature, as the elected representatives accountable to the people, provide a check and balance for executive power. I think that we should look at this again and see what mechanism can be put into this bill to ensure that the orders have to come to Parliament for approval. That is a normal thing, and that is missing from this. As I've said, another amendment provides that where the authorized persons, the police, the military, whoever it may be, find somebody who is not complying with their own direction, no longer is a warning mandatory. They may or may not give a warning. And this provision expressly says that the giving of a warning shall not be a precondition to the prosecution of an offense under Section 27. So the warning is completely up to the person who has given the direction, whether they want to give a warning or not. If they don't feel like it, they don't have to, and they can prosecute you for not having complied with what they've told you to do. So this particular bill is doing something very fundamental in the context of the Disaster Risk Management Act. As I said before, previously, the scheme of the Act was if an authorized person gives a direction under Section 27 and it is not complied with, they must give a warning to allow the person to correct their conduct. If they get that warning and they don't comply with it, that is an offense. The order made by the Prime Minister, which has a whole range of things in it, from border control to churches to funerals to a whole range of things. The breach of that was not a criminal offense. And the Prime Minister did not have to bring it here. He could make those orders himself with his pen in his office. This is being changed by this bill. Going forward, whatever he puts in the order will become a criminal offense if it's breached. Parliament has no say in the matter whatsoever. And going forward, if an authorized person tells you jump and you don't jump, it's a criminal offense. He doesn't have to give you a warning for not having jumped. That is the scheme of the bill. Now, the bill also introduces the concept of fixed penalty notices as an additional option given to law enforcement. So if they decide they don't want to charge you and carry before the court, they can issue a fixed notice, which is like a ticket, and if you pay it within the 30-day period, the matter comes to an end without going before the court. Now, the way in which the bill is drafted says that in order to come within the fixed penalty notice regime, it has to be an offense which is subject to a fixed penalty. I've been trying to identify where it is that it is made clear what offenses are subject to a fixed penalty. I haven't really been able to find that because in Section 54 of that, which is a section that allows the minister to make regulations, a new paragraph is being added, a paragraph E, which says that the minister can make regulations specifying the offenses that are subject to fixed penalties. So it suggests then that until those regulations are made, there are no offenses that are subject to fixed penalties. But when you look at an earlier provision, which is the new paragraph 10, or subclause 10, in what is 52, it suggests otherwise, because it says, where a person contravenes a requirement, restriction, or direction under a measure specified in regulations made under this Act, which would include the ministerial orders made by the Prime Minister, the fixed penalty applicable to such an offence shall be specified in those regulations, i.e. in the order, by reference to the tier of penalties. It's thus not clear to me whether it is intended that there will be a set of regulations that say what offences are subject to fixed penalties and what are not, or if it is just being left to the orders to determine that. And I find that the confusion, to my mind, arises from the fact that paragraph E is being added to section 54.1 to contemplate that there would be regulations doing this. I'm not sure what is intended. So, Madam Speaker, I think the whole country is concerned about the lack of compliance by some people with the protocols that the government has put in place, the social distancing and other protocols. But the truth is that for some sectors or subsegments of the society, there are real social pressures at play in the communities in which they live, and they find it difficult sometimes to comply with some of these protocols. And that is why you see such a large, or it's so common that you see people on the road after curfew, outside their yard and so on, because sometimes the yard is hot, it's congested, etc., and so on. Going forward, they will now be fined, potentially, or imprisoned if they don't comply with the order to go back inside, whether there's a warning or not. And they may be ticketed as well. I'm not sure if the ticketing arises. It isn't clear to me what the mechanism would be for enforcing the ticket. It's not like a driver's situation, a motorist who has a driver's license and has all of their identity information on that. You know, a person who's on the street who is not complying with the orders may not have any identification at all. So I don't know. I guess in that instance, they would have to arrest and take the person to jail. So, Madam Speaker, my response to this bill is I sympathize and understand what the government is seeking to do. I understand that they feel that the existing regime is not sufficiently robust in its enforcement mechanisms. But the way that the bill is approaching this is, to my mind, misconceived. It affords the Prime Minister, the executive, the capacity to determine what is criminal, what amounts to a criminal offense, without the Parliament having any role in that whatsoever. And theoretically, and maybe in practical terms as well, individuals could be prosecuted for that if they don't comply with the order, and they could be incarcerated for up to a year or fined up to $1 million. I would urge the Minister to suspend the debate and consider the points I've made and see if some way can be found to improve the governance arrangements around this enforcement mechanism and make those arrangements consistent with our democratic traditions, which are very important for upholding the freedoms so cherished and so hard fought for by our people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to not only to support the Minister of Local Government with this bill, but also to correct some of the points that the Leader of the Opposition has made in his short presentation. First, Madam Speaker, let me apologize that this bill has taken quite some time to reach here. And in truth, since the pandemic started, there are a number of bills, the Public Health Act, the Disaster Risk Management Act, the emergency regulations. These are matters which were under contemplation. And to be sure, they should have been addressed many decades ago. As the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, this bill should have been before a Joint Select Committee for maybe the last 10 years. The Act should have been revised and looked at. And so when we looked at it, the question was how quickly could we implement a program to impose compliance in the light of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, it is impatient of debate that moral suasion has been used by the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, every Minister of Government, every well-thinking Jamaican, that if we just follow the protocol, this pandemic could have been kept under control. In truth, Madam Speaker, it is a fact. If you could lock down the country, sardine, lockdown for 3 weeks, the pandemic would disappear. But it's just not possible. Moral persuasion have been used. Various orders have been issued. But for one reason or another, there has not been compliance. And therefore, the country has been asking for enforcement of these orders. And that is what this bill seeks to do, Madam Speaker. It has taken a long time for us to look at this bill and to shape it as it now is presented to this Parliament for enforcement. The Leader of the Opposition has brought the point that under Section 26, the Prime Minister, in fact the Prime Minister and the Minister, in relation to delegated legislation, once an act has been passed, when it comes to delegated legislation or regulations, then by order, it is possible to provide the country with offences and the penalty for these offences. So, Leader of the Opposition, this is a well-known parliamentary procedure which is being followed by the Prime Minister on Section 26, where it empowers the Minister to provide in regulations the fines for the various offences. So you ask, where are the regulations? The Minister has indicated that there are about 40 offences for which these fines will be imposed, and they will be publicized as soon as possible. Now, we have put 10 tiers. Now, it's coming, it's there. We have put 10 tiers, Madam Speaker, because these tiers could change. And that is why, Leader of the Opposition, you don't necessarily put in the Act itself for each offence 3,000 or 500,000, because depending on the circumstances, these offences and the fine to be imposed may well change. Because, Madam Speaker, the fine at the moment may well be that the mask for not wearing a mask is $5,000. But if we find that we're imposing fine and people are paying the fine without continuing without complying, we may well, by an order, increase that fine to 10,000 or 20,000. So that is why, Madam Speaker, we don't put it in the Act as 5,000, and then you need to change it to 20,000, and you have to come back to Parliament to get a resolution, negative or affirmative resolution, to change it. So that, Leader of the Opposition, is why you put it in the tiers, and the Minister can change each offence, add more offence, reduce the fines as the case may be, or increase the fine as the case may be, which is what is provided for in Section 5210. So all of that, Leader of the Opposition, is exactly what you are talking, and it is not, Madam Speaker, an unnecessary infringement on the rights and freedoms of the Jamaican people. For over a year, Madam Speaker, the country has been warned to please comply with the protocols. And the vast majority of people, Madam Speaker, have complied. But there are some defiant, indisciplined personnel who feel that they even want to march to say no mask. They even want to march to say the protocol should not be complied with. Madam Speaker, the vast majority of people in this country want us to comply. Because unless we comply, we cannot go back to normality. And Madam Speaker, moral persuasion has not worked. And I want to say, Leader of the Opposition, yes, these are regulatory offences. The ministers pointed out that even after conviction, there will be no criminal record. So it's not something that it's a regulatory offense, like a traffic ticket. It's not recorded, just like traffic tickets are not recorded. This act, we are not going to record these offences.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, just on a quick point about that. The Minister is saying that that breaches of these offences are not going to go on a criminal record. That may be true if they proceed via the fixed penalty notice. But if they don't, because the person didn't have an ID or whatever, and they charge the person and take them before the court and they're convicted, that would be on their record.
No. With due respect, Leader of the Opposition, just like the traffic tickets, if you fail to pay and you go to the traffic court and you are fined, traffic ticket offences are not put on your criminal record. It's not recorded.
But that's because the Road Traffic Act says so.
Well, this is what this is saying.
Where?
The particular, we can check with the drafter, but that is the instruction, and I think that is what it is saying. But we can look at it again. Fine? So that is the intention, that these are regulatory offences, so that... Section, remind me of the section, I don't... What section is that? But the position, and that can be clarified at committee stage, that once the person is charged under this act, it's a regulatory offense. It's what you know, Leader of the opposition, all lawyers know, they are considered to be quasi-criminal offenses, not intended to be a part of the criminal record. And that is the intention, and if it is not clear, we will clarify it when we go to committee stage. But, Madam Speaker, the country has been asking for this. And I accept a few of the positions that the Leader of the Opposition made. But with due respect, he and I have been in consultation, and I would like to urge you, Leader of the Opposition, that having consulted, I can see no difficulty with this bill for it to be passed today so that it can be passed in the Senate, because with this pandemic out of control in many communities, it is absolutely important for the security forces to be able to ticket persons who fail to comply. Because what is happening, Leader of the Opposition, before this amendment, security forces had to warn. And once they warn, the people just disperse. Nothing happens. And the security forces are saying, this doesn't make sense. What is clear, Leader of the Opposition, for 1 year, the warning has been given over and over and over. And therefore, Madam Speaker, with this bill, once passed and put into effect, the security forces will be empowered. So those people who want to keep their parties way into the night, those people who refuse to wear masks, to social distance, and who feel that they can go to the beach or to the rivers and have all their parties as they see fit. This country, Madam Speaker, needs some discipline. And this is the intention, Madam Speaker, that this bill should assist the police force in complying with simple orders to save lives. Madam Speaker, our hospitals are overflowing. And unless we have some drastic action, lives will be lost. And I say, Madam Speaker, it is important for any little configuration, Leader of the Opposition, that is needed to this act. Let us do it at the committee stage, because without this act coming into operation, far too many more lives will be lost. And I say, Madam Speaker, when this act is passed, and I hope it is passed this week, let the message go to those who are defiant, those who are indisciplined, that if they have the audacity to defy the protocols, make sure they have their ID on them. Because if they don't have their ID on them, the police may well have to apprehend them. If they have their ID on them, well-documented ID, the ticket can be issued. But if they don't have their ID on them, the police may well have to hold them until they can get someone to identify them. It could well be that the family will have to bring their passport, their driver's license, their electoral card, or some other government ID to the spot of the apprehension for them to be identified. But if no one is able to identify them, they will have to beg a GP who know them to identify them. And I will be urging the GP to assist in those circumstances. But, Madam Speaker, I hope that nobody is fined. We're urging people to comply. And if they comply, there's no need to impose any fine. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, we have not succumbed to moral suasion. This act must now be put into force so that the discipline that is required to comply can be enforced. So, Leader of the Opposition, Members of Parliament, if there is some tweaking to be done, let us do it this afternoon so that this bill can pass and we can move on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As I sat and listened to the minister spoke and appealed to the need for something to be put in law and something more to be done. As the Leader of Opposition said, this side we are sympathetic to the fact that something additional needs to be done. Now, having agreed on that, it is not the same thing to say that whatever comes to hand, that's what we should pass as law going forward. So, for example, there is need for clarity, I believe. The Minister, in reading from his brief, in opening the debate, his comments on the bill, the clause by clause comments, and in defining the fixed penalties, indicates that with respect to social distancing and the 6 feet requirement, if someone is in a place and the 6 feet distance is not observed, then they can be charged. Now, let me ask the question then. With respect to public transportation, whether it be a JUTC bus or a taxi, if, as we know happens, that you have what they call loader man and literally pushing people in the taxis, and the taxis stop and it is found out that there is more passengers than the protocol now calls for. Who is charged in those circumstances? Is it the operator, or is it in the persons who are literally chucked in these taxis? Who would be charged in that event? In the event of JUTC, where again there's protocol regulating the number of persons standing. If someone goes, if the operator of the bus, the driver in this case, who has the lever to open and close the door, if he allows excess passengers in the bus beyond that, who is to be charged in those events? And the risk is no less because it is in the public transport. The risk is the same. The community spread of the disease continues. But I think the principal point that the opposition leader is making, and the minister spoke again in an emotional sense, of course something needs to be done. The question is, what is and how does that comport with our normal arrangements with respect to criminal activities, when you're criminalizing conduct of this nature? what is the best practice, what is the customs, what is the approach to be taken. And the minister makes an emotional appeal. But that is not sufficient when you're talking about people criminalizing activities. Because what you're doing, you're empowering the police and other authorities to act in ways that sometimes, if not checked, can be abusive. And so, Madam Speaker, and I want to say to the Minister, we are sympathetic on this side. I mean, the opposition leader makes it quite clear. The country wants something done, but the country wants us to act consistent with our tradition and the rule of law and to put in place something that can withstand the test of time. You don't want to put these out and then they're challenged in court. And we're not suggesting that, but we are saying act in ways to avoid a potential challenge. So we say that the matter should be looked into. And Minister, I hear you talking about committee stage. Committee stage is not when you draft a bill. That's not the best place to draft a bill and give it due consideration. That is to make minor adjustments, not to redraft a bill. And so we suggest that it be suspended and that we take a quick look and come back and have this done properly.
From St. Catherine Eastern.
Madam Chairman, while I am in support of something being done to ensure that we have more enforcement and compliance, but we have to be extremely careful, especially when we are dealing with the human being. Minister, in section 52, I think it's 3, where a constable has the reason to believe, I believe it is too vague. It can be used, as the member just said, to become very abusive, because if it's a reason and it is not something that is step by step, you know, discretion is good, Minister, but sometimes you have to be careful who use discretion. And therefore, I have a problem in respect to not having clear understanding of that kind of breach and how it should be dealt with. And Minister, the local practitioners feel that it is more an upside down. Let me put it that way. At the top, where you have central government making all the decision, when most of it is really local matters. What role will the local authorities play in respect to making sure that these acts and these regulation is being carried? I don't see anything in it for the CEO of the municipalities. Probably I overlooked, but I would really love to see whether or not, if there's anything. I heard about the mayor, and that's where you have medical practitioners from the public health, but I have not seen anything in respect to the CEO, who really have a day-to-day responsibility of operating in the municipalities. The other concern that I have is in respect to the mechanism used to determine a warning, because you said first it's a warning and then after that, not anymore? So it is, you eliminate warning and go straight to prosecution. It's an option. And you see, Minister, when you leave too much options, you leave a lot of loopholes. And therefore, I would recommend that if we're going to pass a bill, we can't keep coming here every minute to amend, because this one pay 5, you go back. We want specific, and therefore, I believe you need to revisit this bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation, as my colleagues on this side said, we are sympathetic to it. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is something that we have asked for. And the records of the Parliament will demonstrate that as far back as in the life of the last Parliament, on July 28th to be exact, I asked the Prime Minister whether there was any contemplation of any legislative action for persons who breach the orders, who breach the protocols that were there. The new Parliament of September 2020, and on the 29th of September, Madam Speaker, the question was asked again, and we were told that a ticketing system akin to the traffic ticketing system would be imposed. We recognize the need to have something, Madam Speaker, to prevent the pandemic from getting out of hand. The truth, though, is that Parliament, the role of Parliament is to make good laws for the governance of the country. The emphasis is on good laws. And it does not necessarily mean, Madam Speaker, that the end, what you want to achieve, justify the means, because at the end of the day, based on the presentation by the leader of the opposition, what we are doing is creating a law which, in essence, is not founded in law. And you will understand what I mean, Madam Speaker, because the role of the Parliament is to make good laws. And when you take that away from the Parliament, then we were going to have a challenge with that. But the intention is clear. We need to reduce the spread of COVID-19 in this country. We need, and as I've always said, Madam Speaker, people need to pay where it hurts the most, that is in their pockets, but not at the expense of the other arrangements that are guaranteed to us under the Constitution. And it is for that reason also, Madam Speaker, that I will concur with and support the position that this piece of this bill be suspended and that we have further discussions as to how to proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think a number of things have been said, and I want to, for emphasis, and because just last week it was that I was walking in the constituency with the newly appointed commander, officer in charge of St. Andrew South, talking to individuals about what was happening on the ground. And one of the points they made to the officer in charge was how they wanted to cooperate with the police, but that too often officers came into the community and treated them as if they were not human beings. They did admit that local police who had built a relationship treated them well, but that when there were special operations and those officers came in, very often they were abused. Yes? And I start there because as we expand the authorized officers and as we expand the scope of the Disaster Risk Management Act itself, we see the potential for that kind of abuse. And I believe, I heard the impassioned plea from the member from Northeast St. Andrew. And I said to myself, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. I don't know if he's understanding the point from which we come. And why do I say that? Madam Speaker, this act was not intended originally to deal with health matters. In fact, it still retains jurisdiction over other matters. So when we give this kind of broad, open avenues, and all-encompassing authority to these authorized officers, we need to remember that this is not just about breaching the COVID protocols. Yeah? It could be a fire and any other type of national disaster. A directive might be given, which the person intends to comply with, but cannot do immediately. And what this means, based on the framework that is here, is that under those circumstances, these individuals too would be treated in the same way we would want to treat individuals with whom we are fed up, because they have been ignoring the COVID protocols. They have been putting the rest of Jamaica at risk. And we want to hold them accountable. We want to make sure that they understand that it is not just about their freedom. It is also about the health of the rest of us. We want to make sure that that is so. But let us remember that the act that we are currently amending goes far beyond simply the COVID protocols. And I want to just remind you of that. So when you speak, you bear in mind that it is not just about the COVID protocols. And I think that that is extremely important. The member from Eastern St. Catherine had mentioned it, just about the role of local government. I've heard so many local government practitioners talk about what their role is under the Disaster Risk Management Act, an act that comes out of the Ministry of Local Government, just asking if they're, apart from just including in there the municipal officers and making reference to the local board of health. And you would know, Minister, that the local authorities continue from time to time to have difficulty with issues dealt with by the local board of health, because often they really feel as if not enough, that not enough respect is given to the role of the local board of health. And so I just wanted, Madam Speaker, to make these few comments in relation to this bill before us.
Madam Speaker, a lot have been said, and some of what has been said is very disturbing. I want to remind this Honourable House that this disaster risk bill that we are debating was passed in this Honourable House in 2015, when the present leader of the opposition was the Minister of Justice. So the criticisms around the construct of the bill, questioning the $1 million, which was a part of their... Please, allow me. Allow me. Madam Speaker, the member raised the question about the inclusion of local government in the disaster risk bill, in the act. When I was on that side, I raised the concerns that it excludes local government practitioners. Never got any support They passed the bill. Now we, in making the amendments, have included the mayors and the chief technical director in the Ministry of Local Government. I'm a bit concerned, Madam Speaker, because this bill, if we all want the best for the country, we should rally around any measures. And you know, Madam Speaker, the opposition spokesman on local government and health is saying that the measures put in by the Prime Minister is not going far enough to arrest the problems we face, the challenges we face as a country. And yet, Madam Speaker, we have come with an amendment to an important piece of legislation. And all we are saying, Madam Speaker, there is, and the question that has been raised about where is the area that covers public transportation. Madam Speaker, we have had discussions, our minister, we have had discussions with the leader of the opposition around the bill, and the explanation as to why the penalties were not included as a part of the bill was given. And I am not a lawyer, so don't be rude. You don't be rude. Don't be rude. I am using my limited ability to pilot this bill. Okay? So you don't be critical of me, because I'm not critical of you. So, Madam Speaker, we have listed here the full extent of the offences. And based on the fact that these offences will be gazetted, Madam Speaker, and the reason why we have taken this route not to include in the bill, because as the member rightly said, there might be times when we have to make adjustments to the fine based on circumstances. And there is nothing unorthodox about this approach that we are taking, Madam Speaker. I want to urge the Parliament to support the bill, support the measures, because if we don't do something, Madam Speaker, and we are acting within the law, Madam Speaker, and I want to also make the point in response to the member from Southwest, the Disaster Risk Act that we are now operating under. It is the first time since it was passed into law in 2015, when we invoked it last year, March, it was the first time that it was being used. So it is not a bit of legislation that we will be using every day of the week, every year. It is because of the circumstances under which we are operating, Madam Speaker, why we have kicked in this legislation. So the country should have no fear. As the minister with responsibility for local government, the Prime Minister by law, I will have to advise the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister just can't unilaterally make the decisions without, as the minister, being advised by the Director General. of the circumstances that exist. There's no change. All right. I'm glad for that. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge the Parliament to support this amendment in response to the Leader of the Opposition about the review of the Act. I support that, and I must say to you that the work have started to look at it. And remember, between 2015 to 2016, there have been at least 6 bits of new legislations that affect the operations of local government that was passed during that period. We're talking about the building bill, the 3 strategic bills to govern the operations of local government, plus this one that was passed in 2015. There is no neglect on the part of the administration to review these bits of legislation. We appreciate the importance of it, but this is a first step in looking at it to make the necessary adjustments. And, Madam Speaker, I would urge the Honourable House to support the bill. And so I therefore, any changes, Madam Speaker, I will be willing to ask for, at the committee stage, for us to look at it and to, because, Madam Speaker, one more week, Madam Speaker, means 1 life or 2 lives, which is 1 life too many, Madam Speaker. I now ask that the bill be read a second.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I therefore ask that the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time.
Before the House that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to amend the Disaster Risk Management Act in order to adequately implement and address measures to combat various calamitous events, including a pandemic, and for connected matters, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
No. I just wondered, Madam Chairman, Leader of the Opposition, is there any particular, I understand with the question, we don't want it to be a criminal offense. So we're looking, the draft is looking to see the wording in the traffic offense to see if it can be inserted in relation to it not being a recorded offense, okay? But the other thing too is the list of offenses, which is not in the Act itself, but would have been, the 40 offenses would have been gazetted. You see, so that the idea is that once those orders are gazetted, because you see, the problem there is that if additional offenses were to be added, say that rather than coming back each time to Parliament, once, as is being done now with the disaster risk management, it is gazetted every time the Prime Minister makes an order. So it is gazetted. You get me? So that is what we are saying, that in relation to the 10 tiers, we have them and we can give it a list, and we should have circulated the list, the Minister did read out about 10 of them. So let us get the list, some copies of it. I must admit that should have been done. So these are the 2 areas which was of great concern to your Leader of the Opposition. So what's your position in them?
Yeah. Madam, I don't know where we are in the proceedings, but
we're at committee stage. We're at committee stage.
Starting the committee.
Are we? Okay. In response to the Minister of Justice, Madam Chairman, the point for my mind is not whether the offences are in the Act or not. It's quite common for offences to be put into regulations. My problem is that the executive, through the Prime Minister, and this would apply whoever's in power, is empowered to determine what the scope of the order is, what is included in the order, what is made a criminal offence, what conduct is going to be restricted or prohibited. And this Parliament has no say in that. It's gazetted, yes, for and those who read the Gazette, I don't think there are many of us in here who do, would be able to find it eventually and so on. But that's not really the point. The point really is it correct for the government, the executive arm of the government, to be able to determine what conduct is criminalized without that having the approval of Parliament?
But that is the nature, member. That is the nature of the Act of 2015.
Well, with all due respect, it is not, because under the Act has passed, and this is important, Minister, because, to be honest, I was going to stand on a point of order, but I didn't, because I'm not trying to be contentious. But you said that the 2015 Act had the fine and the imprisonment provision, and that is true. But the point is that the order under 26, Section 26, that the PM makes, breach of it was not a criminal offence in the original Act. It is now being made a criminal offence. Now, the scope of what that order can say, it could say you can't wear a mask with a Man United emblem on it. And that is a criminal offence. And I'm sure you wouldn't be pleased with that as a Man United supporter.
No, and
that's a frivolous example, but the point I'm really getting to is that it is at large what the orders can contain. And I'm not just talking about for now. This is law going forward.
No, and I accept, and I take it from me. I support the position that it should not be a recorded offence.
Right? No, that's a different thing.
No,
Minister Cho. The question of whether or not it goes on your criminal record is a separate issue.
Yes.
Okay? You have said that the bill already achieves that. I have said that it is not. It does not achieve that yet. I don't know if the drafter is going to fix that, and I'd welcome it. But that's a separate point. The main point is, if we're going to make a breach of the Prime Minister's orders under 26 a criminal offence, which it wasn't before, if we're now going to make it a criminal offence, then the orders must come here so that the country knows what is proposed to be made criminal, and the Parliament has a say whether or not it should be criminalised. Right. So, that's all I'm saying.
So may I ask a question? We could modify Section 54, that is Section 7, to say that the offences can, by affirmative resolution, come here. And we can do that right now. You see?
If you allow me, Madam Chairman, I wasn't in the House when the debate was taking place, having taken the vaccine.
I sympathize. I feel the same way.
But I heard the debates. Madam Chairman, the bill is crafted in this way, and I'm certain the Leader of the Opposition would know, because this bill was crafted in 2015, and he would have had great experience in putting this bill together, probably a hand in drafting it, probably the person who drafted it as well. And the reason for that is that it is to give great flexibility of response in a disaster, because in a disaster it is quite possible that the institutions of government, including Parliament, may not be able to work. So this bill is designed on the continuity of government, even without the institution of Parliament or the courts. Once there exists a central core of continuity, then the government can act. That's the essence of the bill. And I'm very reluctant to change that because it is necessary. But the leader of the opposition has a point which I have made each time, that it is not, it is an unusual thing for our democracy to allow for the executive to make these kinds of orders without parliamentary supervision. However, there are orders made by ministers where the authority is delegated that don't all come to Parliament, and the leader of the opposition knows this. So whilst I agree with him that especially these far-reaching orders should really have parliamentary oversight, you don't necessarily want to change the structure and framework, which is why I have always come to this House before the orders are gazetted so that there can be debate. And I'm saying that we shouldn't change the nature of the bill to take that element of quick response away. Remember now, this was drafted in 2015 by the opposition then government for that very reason. So to come and argue now, I have a challenge with that, to come and argue differently at this point in time.
But Prime Minister, the reason why the argument is being raised now is because the Act as passed in 2015 allowed the Prime Minister the flexibility of making orders without coming to Parliament. You have chosen, and I agree that was the right thing to do, to come and tell the Parliament what you were proposing to do, though the orders themselves don't come to Parliament. You just describe what's in them. Now, the point, though, is that those orders were not enforceable by criminal sanction under the original Act. What we are now doing is specifically amending the Act to make the breach of a measure in the order a criminal offence. And I'm saying that makes a huge difference. You say, for example, some orders are made by ministers and don't go into Parliament. That's absolutely true. An order, for example, that designates a particular area to be, a zone of a certain type, or an order that says that a monument should be a heritage monument, those things don't come to Parliament. But where orders are prescribing conduct of citizens and criminalizing certain conduct.
Member, just one point, please. Yeah. That's section 4, subsection 4 of page 6, was taken from the Road Traffic Act, so that it's not a criminal offence, it's a regulatory offence, Mark. So because the instructions from Cabinet was that these offences should not be a part of your criminal record.
Yes, but
so that
Mr.
particular section,
all due respect,
the exact words.
I said to you that if the person is ticketed and the ticket is paid, that's the end of the matter. But if the person is not ticketed, if you look at 3 says, where a constable has reason to believe that a person is committing or has committed an offence, referred to in subsection 2, without prejudice to the power of the constable to arrest and charge the person, the constable may give the person the notice set out in the 5th schedule. It is an option. It is a route given to the policeman.
What we're saying,
whether to go by, if he goes by way of ticket and the ticket is paid, there's no criminal record. If he does not go by way of ticket, he goes by way of arrest and charge, and it goes to court. That's a different matter.
No, that is correct, member. So, but if he goes to court and pays, or he's arrested and taken to court and he's paid and he pays, or if he's sent to prison, it is still not a recordable offence, because this is what the section is implying, and that is taken from the Road Traffic Act.
With all due respect, that is not what 4 says. 4 says a person shall not be liable to be convicted of an offence if the penalty is paid before the expiration of the final adjudication. If you pay the ticket, then you're not convicted. It's not a conviction. You can't enter it on your record.
So before you go on.
But if you are convicted and sentenced, it's going to go on your criminal record. That is not what this is saying.
Madam Chairman, if I could have your permission to speak.
Go ahead.
And grab the attention of the leader of the opposition. The main legislation provides a framework for an offense up to $1 million. The orders cannot exceed that. Otherwise, they would be ultra vires, right? So what is being done is consistent with the main legislation. And we can agree with that. My understanding is that the main legislation does not add to the criminal record someone's convicted offense. That's my understanding. If it is that is not explicit in the language, then I don't have a challenge in making it explicit in the language, because it is the intention not to add it to the person's criminal record. And so, Minister Clarke, if you would look at the language, we could add whatever clarifying words to do it now.
As I said, that's one issue. And if you look at the Section 54 of the main Act, it says that the offences under the Act, if you're convicted of them, you're liable on summary conviction before a resident magistrate, it would now be a parish judge, to a fine not exceeding $1 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months. If that happened, without the law specifically saying that there should be no entry on your record of that, it would go on your record. If instead you were ticketed and you paid the ticket, you wouldn't get a record. That's all I'm saying.
So it's not the intention. Yeah. And referring to the main legislation, it wasn't the intention, and we will ensure by clarifying words. Yeah. And we could just put that in right now. That's not big.
But the bigger.
In fact, Mr. Golin, Member Golin, it's very easy for just to remove the second half to say a person shall not be liable to be convicted of an offence for 13 subsection 2 if the penalty is paid. Full stop.
I'm not going to attempt to draft the solution, but there is that issue, which I think is an easy issue to fix from a drafting perspective. There is the other issue, which is the bigger point, which is that previously the Prime Minister's orders, which dealt with a whole wide range of conduct, the breach of the orders was not a criminal offence. The orders are made under Section 26, and the violation of Section 26's orders was not a criminal offence. That was the scheme of the 2015 Act. This bill will make that a criminal offence, punishable by a fine of up to $1 million or imprisonment for up to a year, or you could be ticketed. It's up to the police whether they ticket you or not. So all I'm saying is a huge and fundamental change in the structure, the legal structure of the legislation. And we do not typically, in our democracy, allow a minister, whether it's a prime minister or any minister, to create criminal offences without coming to Parliament to have them approved. We don't do that. Yeah, and that is the issue I have with it.
So, but I'm not clear, member. So under the main legislation, it provided a framework for an offence, which could be you could be fined up to $1 million or imprisoned for a certain period of time.
Let me explain.
So the main legislation provided for a criminal offence.
The main legislation provided for a criminal offence, not for the breach of the order, but for where an authorized person, a police officer, for example, gave a direction under Section 27, and it was breached by the citizen. He had to give a warning, or she had to give a warning, and if the warning was not heeded, that was an offence under Section 54.
I think
what's happening in this bill is that Section 54 is being amended to now mean that the order under 26 that the Prime Minister makes, a breach of it is now a criminal offence. It wasn't before. That's all I'm saying.
One second. Will you be happy, Minister Golin?
If you're doubting me, just look on page 5 of the bill. And if you look on page 5 of the bill, you'll see the amendments to Section 52 of the Act. And the one that adds paragraph C is the one that creates an offence where none existed before. Fails to comply with a measure specified by order pursuant to 26(2). That didn't exist before. That is what is criminalizing the orders now. So all I'm saying is, I am uncomfortable with proceeding with giving the executive the power to create criminal offences without parliamentary approval. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to divide on it because we are in a crisis I don't want to appear to be thwarting the efforts to solve the crisis, though I have major misgivings with the way it's being done, but I'm not going to stand in your way. I just brought this to Parliament's attention. We are the minority in here, but I'm bringing it to your attention because it is, to my mind, not the right way to proceed, and I would have preferred if you had suspended the debate and reflected on this point and found an appropriate solution for it. That's all I'm saying.
Leader of the opposition. Oh, go ahead.
Permit me. I raised a point consistent with what the Leader of Opposition is saying, that when just looking, this has just been circulated, but I listened to the Minister as he spoke from his brief. And when he spoke, he addressed the matter now listed on this document as the Tier 2 offences. And in that, at 2, failure of a person who is part of a gathering to adhere to health protocols, including wearing a mask, maintaining a distance of 6 feet from another person, is an offence. Now, I, based upon some recent experiences that I have had, and I'm sure many others here have had those experiences. If you, with respect to the JUTC, and I use that because that's a government entity, or some taxes, or the tax office, or wherever. When you go into those institutions today, you're going to buses. I saw on video they're capturing what's happening on the JUTC buses. And my question is, so all kinds of people are in there. They may have masks, but not the 6 feet, right? If the police stops that bus and he's going to give an instruction, or in this case he doesn't have to, it's optional, who does he charge? Is it the bus operator or the individuals who are not in compliance with the 6 feet?
To answer that question, the rules as it relates to the buses would be clear: the number to be seated and the number standing, right, which is in the protocol. Now, in terms, there is no schedule here for that. In other words, we couldn't say that's a Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 offense. In other words, what you're looking there, you couldn't identify that specific offense. It's not specifically identified. No, but there are offenses that are specifically identified, such as not wearing a mask. Right? Now, in the buses, there is no order for physical distances. The orders for the buses are the numbers to be seated. So remember now, the numbers to be seated is everyone seated in the bus, and only a certain number standing relative to the number seated. So there's nothing in the bus that speaks to physical distancing. You get what I'm saying? So that's not an offense to be ticketed for. What you could be ticketed for is not wearing your mask. Or if you're in a taxi, the taxi driver is obliged to wind the windows down and turn the AC off. Those may be offenses that are ticketable.
This says clearly that including wearing, you have to adhere to the health protocols, including wearing a mask, maintaining a distance of 6 feet from another person. So if I...
But remember now, the orders have specific conditions for transportation. So what you are saying would not apply, because what is in the order for transportation is that you should be seated. And if you are standing, it should only be 5 standing or 4 standing, or how many numbers standing relative to the numbers that are seated.
I'm forced to ask a question. What is this? What is this?
So this is not a legal instrument. This is a description of a list of what the different tiered offences are,
right?
And
which are related to,
which are in the order.
Which are in the order. So that's the whole point. So I want to just go back to the Leader of the Opposition. So the main legislation creates an offence. The enforcement of the offence relied on an officer of the law or an authorized person giving notice to the offending person. Now, I heard a member from Eastern St. Catherine, raising the issue of in the belief, if the officer believes. That is not an unusual position in law. And oftentimes it is the discretion of the officer, whether it is a policeman or an authorized officer, in their discretion. And you can't get away from that. And I understand what you're saying, that it might be interpreted loosely and applied loosely. But such is our law, and our police are trained in how to identify and apply the discretion that they have. Now, if the officer who is authorized so to do determines that an offense is taking place, in the old order, there was a confusion as to whether or not there would need to have been a warning. And so some courts may interpret that you couldn't convict unless there was a warning, and some felt you could convict without the warning. What we are tempted to do here, Leader of the Opposition, is to clarify that, to say that you may give a warning, but not giving the warning does not make the offense, does not nullify the offense or take away from the conviction. That is what, we're clarifying.
Just to explain something to you, PM. The authorized person can give directions under Section 27 of the Act. Previously, if those directions were not complied with, a warning would have to be given, as you said, and it is only if the warning wasn't complied with that the offense was committed, and that created some confusion, and you're clarifying that. I accept that. What you are also doing is making the order that's made by the Prime Minister under Section 26, any measures in that, if they are breached, are themselves criminal offenses. That was not previously the case. That will now be the case. And my problem with it is I'm not even thinking about what the content of your current orders are. As a lawmaker, I'm thinking about the possibilities that may come down the line. Whoever holds your office, could be me, whoever holds your office. And it allows a Prime Minister to determine that X or Y or Z conduct is a criminal offense. Now that to me is bad law. That's all I'm saying. Now, and you know,
I would be walking down that road with you were it the case that the main legislation did not circumscribe, or rather prescribe, what the Prime Minister can do. And when this kind of exceptional powers can be used, it can only be used in the declaration of a disaster.
But in that context, where that disaster is declared by the Prime Minister or by ODPEM, it is then open season as to what measures are to be put in place to respond to that crisis. Previously, those measures were not enforced by criminal sanction. Previously, now they will be. Now they will be.
But
all I'm saying
Leader of
is,
the Opposition, the only way that anything could be enforced, whether order or by whatever other form or instruction given by an officer, would be going back to the main legislation, which created the criminal offense, where you could either be charged or fined or warned. So what I'm saying is, whilst I can understand the fear, and I tell you, it is not something, I've said it 100 times before, that I like, even though I am Prime Minister, it's not something that I think we should contemplate in our jurisprudence and our system of government, but it is something that exists. It is well controlled within the main legislation, and whoever is using those powers, the Prime Minister or the Minister or the authorized officer, must fall within the powers of the main legislation.
But with all due respect, Prime Minister, if all we were doing was clarifying that the warning doesn't have to be given, I would be much more comfortable, and I wouldn't. And if we remove that paragraph C that I referred to on page 5 of the bill, if that paragraph C was removed, which has nothing to do with warnings, but makes the order itself, whatever is in it, any measure in it, if you breach it, a criminal offense, which it was not before, I would be comfortable. But we're not.
Leader of the Opposition, any measure in the order, not in the order rather, any measure related to the main legislation, which is materialized in an order, once breached, is a criminal offense, except that we have said it is not an offense that will be added to your criminal record.
So that's just not the position. Under 27, Section 27 of the main Act, where the Prime Minister has made the order under 26, an authorized officer can do any of the following in the declared area: control the movement of persons or animals or vehicles, give directions to regulate movement, direct the evacuation of the area, enter any place, and there's a whole long list. It goes from A down to R. Now, all of those things, if not complied with, and a warning is given, and the warning is not heeded, it's a criminal offense. That is not what the criminal offense is by virtue of those paragraphs and the directions given by the authorized person, separate from what the order itself may say. And all I'm saying is what the order itself said, that was not previously subject to criminal sanction. Now we're making it subject to criminal sanction. And my problem with that, PM, is that order can say virtually anything. That's all I'm saying.
But what was said there in terms of what an authorized officer could do flows from the orders given in the main legislation. It does. So it is not as if these orders are standing by themselves. They are standing within the context of the main legislation.
The order is the context. But then Section 27 is what allows the authorized person a lot of powers to do various things. And if those are breached and a warning is given, it's criminal. If the warning is not heeded. Now we're going to say, if those are breached, whether a warning is given or not, it's criminal. I don't have an issue with that. My issue is more the fact that the order itself that the PM is making, which doesn't have to come to Parliament, which could make anything that is regarded as necessary to react to a disaster, now a criminal offense. I have a problem with that not being subject to parliamentary scrutiny. That's all I am saying.
But then why don't you have a problem in the original law where the authorized officer, without subject to Parliament, being subject to Parliament,
for 2 reasons.
Giving someone could make someone
I didn't have a problem
subject to a criminal offense. I mean,
there were 2 reasons for that, why I didn't have a problem. First of all, because the breach of the order was not a criminal offense. And secondly, where the authorized person was going to proceed under the 27, a warning had to be given, and the person could rectify their behavior. Minister Chuck himself said that, now for the last year, when a warning is given, everybody scatters. Didn't he say something like that? So in other words, they're responding to the warnings.
No, it's not that the issue is the interpretation that an offense is not committed unless there was a warning. And so you could see someone wearing a mask, you warn them, they put on their mask, walk away, and take it off back. Mm-hmm. That was the issue. So it made prosecution ineffective.
Right. So I don't have an issue with the removal of the warning for a breach of Section 27. And it being ticketable and it's not subject to a criminal record. I'm cool with all of that, PM. What I am not cool with is a breach of an order under 26, the scope of which is at large, being a criminal offense.
Member Golden, what is being proposed by the drafter, which is something we put in the Dogs Liability of Attacks Act, is for the purposes of we'll make it 12. That is Section 512. For the purposes of the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, an offense under this Act or regulations made under this Act shall not form part of the criminal record of the offender.
Fine. That's fine. As I said, that's a very easy fix.
So that would solve the problem.
I'm fine with that fix. But the bigger issue is the one that the PM and I have been discussing. And the source.
I mean, I thought that
you would accept this.
That's acceptable.
Okay.
But I thought that the bigger concern would be to have a non-elected person being able to
criminalize conduct.
The criminalized conduct.
That is the concern.
I thought that was an issue, but you would have. But Leader of the Opposition, you well understand the core of this piece of legislation. It is meant to give government the ability to respond quickly to an emergency. I understand that it could, if whoever is the leader at the time could potentially find some ways to be oppressive. But I'm saying that the main legislation itself would give some limits as to what could be done.
Well, the limit is that you can't be locked up for more than a year, or you can't be fined more than $1 million. Those are the limits. But, you know, speaking for myself, I wouldn't want to, I'm not comfortable with the idea that a PM, and I'm not personalizing this at all, a PM can decide that X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, G, and E are measures that must be complied with. And if you don't, it's a criminal offense. So look, and that doesn't have to come to Parliament and Parliament bless it with a resolution saying, yes, we agree. That's the concept I'm not comfortable with.
What I'm saying, Leader of the Opposition, is that this debate is not only happening in Jamaica. I mean, I've seen debates about this in the United Kingdom as well, where a similar regime for orders are made. And there are substantial debates about the nature of our system, but they do exist, and they continue to exist for good reason. And I'm not proposing here to change that. Indeed, when it was being drafted on your side, it was the contemplation. And I'm not proposing to change that.
I think we're going over the same ground over and over again. When we did it, the order on the 26th didn't create criminal offences, so it didn't have to come to Parliament. That was a basic thing. Now it's going to create criminal offences, and we're saying it should now come to Parliament. That's all. But if we're going to depart from that, I am not, you know, we're not in a position to stop it. I just would have preferred if that could have been looked at, because I'm sure that the Attorney General's chambers and the Legal Reform Department and the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, when they consider it, they may have had a solution. But that's all. I think we've hashed this out enough. I think we should go.
Members, I really think that we have exhausted the discussion. What we need to decide as a committee now is the way forward. What I hear the opposition saying is that they have no intention of being contentious or doing a divide. They are merely placing something on the floor. So may we on the record as to their concerns. So are we in a position to continue and look at this bill clause by clause? So members, since we are not members,
You're not changing section 4. It's section 5. No, we're just adding a subsection 12. Yes. Right? Member Golden, is that okay? We just added to subsection 12.
The provision that you've proposed here to subsection 12.
So 512.
512. When you say 512, subsection 512. You're adding I see you're adding a 12. Yes. It's actually not 512 actually. It is 5212. Yes, it would be a new 5212. Yeah. Correct, of the bill. Yeah, I'm good with that, but it doesn't address the bigger point. But that's another matter.
We have exhausted the discussion, and I think the committee members have taken note of what the opposition is saying. They want it to be noted where they're discomforted. There's no divide, and I think we've agreed with an amendment to Section 12. Let us proceed with it. Members, I now put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I now put clause 3. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I put clause 4. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
Just before you put clause 5, Madam Speaker, Member Golden and Member Robinson, the drafters asked us to restrict it a bit. Just look at it for me, please, Member Golden. Rather than the full, we want to put, for the purposes of the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, an offense under Section 26 of this Act shall not form part of the criminal records of the offender. Would that be okay?
But then a breach of 27 would. And 27 is the one where you no longer give a warning and you can ticket. So I don't
leave it as it is.
Yeah, man,
okay.
Leave it as it is.
No problem.
Certainly, if you say 26 and 27.
Yeah, leave it as it is.
there may be other things, as I said.
Right, but you don't want the criminal records under this Act.
Not for 26 and 27.
Leave it as it is. Okay, thanks. Okay.
I now put clause 5. Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, may I...
One point I would make. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair. Just on the same issue. When they say for the purposes of the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, it's really not for the purpose of that Act. That Act is dealing with expungement and so on. It is, what we're saying is, where you're convicted of an offence on this Act, it shall not go on your record.
That's what it's saying,
It's
really.
not for the purpose of that Act.
No, but what it
that
is
Act
saying...
is dealing with how you get things off of your record, but that's not how you put things on your record.
No, but remember now, Member Goldin, once you get a criminal record, it goes on the criminal record. So bear in mind what it is saying, shall not form part of the criminal record of the offender.
All I'm saying is the opening words of what they've drafted, which says for the purposes of the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. It's not really for the purpose of that Act. It's a general provision that says you could delete those words and just say where you're convicted of an offence under this Act, it doesn't form part of your record.
But that is how it's normally framed.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
That's how we did it under the dog's liability.
Doesn't make it right, member. You can put it as long as you put it. You don't, because you've done it that way doesn't mean that
you just want an offence under this Act or regulations made under this Act shall not form part of the criminal record of the offender.
Absolutely.
So we'll remove the first phrase, Madam Chairman, and 12 will read an offence under this Act.
Remember, let's have some order. Which clause are you addressing?
No, we're at clause 5, and we're changing section 52 and adding a new 12 to section 52 of clause 5. So section 12 will read, an offence under this Act, comma, or regulations made under this Act shall not form part of the criminal records of the offender. Okay?
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 6. Those in favor?
No, 5 as amended.
I beg your pardon. I put clause 5 and we had the approval. I now put clause 5 as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 6.
Clause 6, Madam Chair. In 52A3, service by electronic means shall be deemed to have occurred on the next business day after the document is sent to the addressee at an electronic address previously given by the addressee. It does not speak to what time. And so it would mean that if it is sent at 11 p.m., it is then deemed to have occurred at 10 a.m. the next morning. And I mean, normally when we're doing stuff like that, there's a cutoff point on the day before. So, I mean, I don't...
Member, I mean, the next business day means 12 a.m. the next business day, or it might mean 8 a.m. the business day. So the next business day, I think in interpretation, speak of business day at about 8 o'clock the next day.
Yeah, it's not when the business day starts that my problem is.
No.
It's when the notice is actually given.
No, what I'm saying is that the Interpretation Act referred to business day.
Yes.
I think the member's point is, that's satisfactory if it's given during normal business hours on the previous day. So if it was given before 5 p.m., it would be deemed to have been served on the next business day. But if it's given at 11:59 p.m., you know, when somebody's asleep, it's a little unreasonable to say it's deemed to be...
So would you like to add the next business day before 5 p.m.?
I would, well, if we were going to fix that, the way to do it, I think, would be service by... you'd have to say something like after the document is sent to the addressee, provided that it's sent prior to 5 p.m. on the previous day, or something along those lines.
Drafter, so provided it is sent.
Not later than 5 p.m. on the preceding business day.
No, but Member Golin, it does have to be sent, you know. What it is saying is deemed to have been sent.
Well, when it's deemed to have been sent on the next business day, as long as it has been sent by 5 p.m. is what we're saying. If it's not sent by 5 p.m., then it would be the day after that it would be deemed to be served.
So your change would be provided it is sent by 5 p.m.
Again, I don't want to try and draft it. That's their job. It's a concept. The concept is, if you serve it by electronic means by 5 p.m., it's deemed to have been served on the next business day. If it's served after 5 p.m., then it's deemed to be served the day after that. That would be the concept.
Could you go to section 7? I just get the proper wording from the drafter. Jeez.
I put clause 7. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 8. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 10. Those in favor? Those against? I have it. I put clause 11. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Are we going to recommit clause 6 now? Before?
We just get the proper wording. Madam Chairman, Member Golin, provided it is sent by 5 p.m. of the same day. Okay, provided it is sent by 5 p.m. of the same day.
The only issue is it doesn't say what happens if it isn't sent by 5 p.m. And it really should really say, and if it isn't, then it's deemed to be served the following day thereafter. But that's
I think we could leave it as it is, by 5 p.m. of the same day.
Members, I now put the title. I recommit clause 6. I now put clause 6. Those in favor? Those against it?
No, Madam
I put
Chair,
as well clause 6 as amended.
No, yes.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I go now to the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with amendments to clause 5 and amendments to clause 6. 2 amendments. So the question, therefore, is I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, I now report the bill as having passed the committee stage with 2 amendments.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a 3rd time.
Members, the question is that the bill shortly entitled the Disaster Risk Management Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Disaster Risk Management Act in order to adequately implement and address measures to combat various calamitous events, including a pandemic, and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for recommittal of the item statement by ministers to allow the Prime Minister to make a statement. May I please you, Madam Speaker?
Before the House is that we have the recommittal of the item statement by ministers to allow the Prime Minister to make a statement. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Prime Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm making a commitment as I stand not to detain the House longer than is necessary.
No longer than you are able to stand. Vaccination.
And that is not just for the benefit of the House. It is also that, you know, the vaccine has triggered my immune system. There is a bit of grogginess. So, Madam Speaker, but in keeping with the discussion, in keeping with the discussion that has passed, Madam Speaker, where the Leader of the Opposition quite rightly pointed out that these are measures that don't come to the House that are not mandated to come to the House for scrutiny and approval, but the practice has been that I take them to the House. I'm not going to go through all the measures because the measures are by now fairly standard and well known, but the ones that we have changed, I will just read them into the record of the House. So, Madam Speaker, on the latest report from this morning, Jamaica recorded 335 new cases of COVID-19 yesterday. Our cumulative cases of COVID-19 are now 36,231. with 16,490 of those recovered. Our recovery rate is now at 45%. The number of active cases, that is the number of persons who still have the virus, is 18,947. Yesterday, as I said, we had 335 positive cases out of a sample of 1,527 samples tested, which is a positivity test rate of 21.9%. But remember that that includes the antibody test, the antigen tests. The public sector test positivity rate, which is based on the more reliable PCR test, was 37.8%. So when you back out the quick tests, the rapid tests, the antigen tests, and focus exclusively on PCR tests, you have a higher positivity rate. Unfortunately, the total case fatality is 542 persons would have died to date from the pandemic. Just, Madam Speaker, for a reminder that our case fatality rate is 1.5%, still well below what is the global average of about 2%. But, Madam Speaker, the case fatality is disproportionately spread in the population to affect those persons who are between 60 and 69. They have a case fatality rate of 3.6%. That is double what the average is. So that age group is where you start to see the impact of COVID-19, the disease caused by the corona, the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Between 70 and 79, the case fatality rate is 7%. Between 80 and 89, it is 11.3%. And over 90, it is 16.2%. So that tells you the vulnerable population. The next slide, please. Next slide. Madam Speaker, the loss of life is now beginning to have visible psychological and emotional impact on the society. I'm getting many emails from persons asking for extension to burial times, that they want to put down their loved ones in dignity, raising issues about treatment in hospitals and their loved ones being alone and passing alone. There is significant grief in the society, and I can tell, Madam Speaker, that it is going to have an impact down the road. We urge persons who are at this time feeling challenged to seek counseling, your church, your pastor, professionals, your doctor, your friends. Very important at this time. And a part of the reason for this, Madam Speaker, is what we're seeing here graphically represented. That from March last year, when we had the first case, we were able to keep hospitalizations well below the capacity of the health system. The graph shows you the blue would be the hospitalization. The red line is showing you the number of beds that are available. Now, beds are not the only binding constraint on capacity. The availability of doctors and nurses. The Minister of Health would have pointed out that some of our nurses would have migrated. Some would have fallen ill and therefore would not have been available to provide service. But there are other critical things which provide the healthcare service, such as oxygen. You now need far more persons using oxygen than was previously the capacity of the system. So these are all considerations when we talk about capacity. We use beds as the index because that's the one that most persons would understand. But right throughout the pandemic, we were able to increase capacity to match the spike, as we did in September. We put measures in September, you'll recall we put measures in from August straight through September, and we were able to bring the case numbers down to within 150 to 100 cases. We continued that until February, and we will recall that the discourse, the conversation at that time was, why continue with an 8 o'clock or a 7 o'clock curfew? People were saying, business persons, general society was saying, we need to return the economy. That was the conversation at that time. Why not have a looser curfew period? And Madam Speaker, in consideration of the economy and the loss of jobs and the impact on households, we decided that we had to ensure that there is some amount of economic recovery taking place. As the member from St. Andrew South would point out, that school gate closed, man who would make his living there can't make his living there anymore. The day's worker, 3 of our days gone. These are some of the realities which we can't ignore. It is the reality. There are those who have the opposite view, that we should just lock down and whatever the consequences, whoever has to suffer, let them suffer. But we should just lock down. It's a difficult balancing act. It is, in fact, a tightrope. And where we are now, Madam Speaker, is that the balance has to be tilted in favor of protecting the healthcare system. So the measures that we have put in place, they will have a lag effect. So measures that we put in place 2 weeks ago, we're not going to see the impact until 2 to 3 weeks because it takes several incubation cycles to see the impact. So the measure that we have already put in, you're not going to see the effect until another 2 or 3 weeks. The measures that we're putting in place to come, that will start on the weekend, those measures will have some more immediate effect because they're stronger, but the real effect will be several weeks in advance. They will get the measures down, the numbers down. I'm confident of that. But as you can see from the graph being displayed, we are well above capacity in many instances. And that's just a sad reality. We would have seen pictures circulated of persons still being treated, and that's a very important point to note. It is not as if we're not treating, but it is not in the dignified circumstances that we would want for our loved ones. But we're still providing service in terms of the availability of oxygen and other supplies. The government has put measures in place to provide the service. There are some areas where there is still a challenge, but my brief is that by and large the shortage has been corrected, and they are still working on other measures. I know that there are private persons who are making their equipment available, and if there are other private persons who have oxygen generating equipment, we would be willing to partner with them to ensure that we are not deprived of that very important supply in the whole fight against the COVID-19 disease. Madam Speaker, just to go quickly to the measures. The curfew hours, as on Saturday, March 27, curfews will begin at noon and continue through the rest of Saturday and the entire Sunday, and end at 5 a.m. on Monday, March 29. So we are allowing shopping hours, movement hours, between 5 a.m. to midday on Saturday. After midday, curfew starts midday. We go straight through Saturday, the entire day Sunday, no movement, and the curfew ends 5 a.m. on Monday, March 29. I think by now all Jamaicans understand that this is a weekend lockdown with movement permitted between 5 a.m. on Saturday and noon. On Friday, March 26, workplaces should close at noon except for essential services, and that would be medical establishments, supermarkets, wholesale stores, pharmacies, restaurants, and other food establishments, gas stations, which will remain open, noting that the curfew will begin at 8 p.m. So we're asking businesses to allow their staff to leave at midday. But, for example, if you have a pharmacy, a supermarket, those would have to remain open, because the purpose of having staff leave early is for them to be able to access these services, your banks, financial institutions. Yes, yes, yes. So that they are, and service stations, so that the people who are commuting could do some shopping at the same time. That's the whole idea. So a farm store should remain. But remember now, 8 p.m. is the curfew time, so everything closes at that time. From Monday, March 29th to Wednesday, March 31st, 2021, the curfew will commence at 8 p.m. nightly to 5 a.m. the following morning, ending at 5 a.m. on Thursday, April 1, 2020. On Holy Thursday, April 1, 2021, workplaces should close at noon, again, except for the essential services, medical establishments, supermarkets, wholesale stores, pharmacies, restaurants, and other food establishments, gas stations, so forth. They should remain open until 8 p.m. on Holy Thursday. Holy Thursday is probably the biggest shopping day in Jamaica. I've heard many complaints that, you know, we are permitting persons to shop and move on Holy Thursday, and this may create even greater spread. It is almost unavoidable because, well, you know, Jamaica, Madam Speaker, is not a country where we have significant household savings. It's a very important point that I need to make, because when I listen to some of the conversations, it is as if the people who make the points about lockdowns don't know what is happening in their own country. In a country like New Zealand, that has several times the income of the income per capita, they have significant household income. But more than that, Madam Speaker, they have significant household savings. So their consumption would not necessarily be immediately impacted if there is an adverse event on their earnings. So in those countries, you know, a lockdown is like forced vacation. They can survive. They have savings. In the Jamaican context, that is not the case. People live day to day, and any event that disrupts their hustle, their income, has an impact on how they will be able to consume. So any lockdown construct has to have in it the ability for persons to shop almost day to day. It's just the reality of our situation. It is just the reality of our situation. If we do anything else, now that is when you might have a genuine revolt on your hands. It is because we have acted in this measured and considered way in taking into account the nature of our economy and the nature of our households, why we have not had, you know, any significant social upheaval. And I want the Jamaican people to understand that the government is not acting in any way that would place any household at a disadvantage. And that is why we still, even within the lockdown, we still allow shopping time. What we do say, however, is that if you must go out and shop, do so with the greatest efficiency. There is no window shopping. Make a list, stick to your list, get what you need, and return home as quickly as possible. And that is why we have split the shopping days to the Friday midday, so you can shop and commute home, and then Saturday you can get to the market early and get back home. That's the idea behind it. So, Madam Speaker, on Friday, April 9th, 2021, workplaces should close at noon to facilitate persons conducting, well, I've said that already. Oh, so I missed the Easter part. So I was at Holy Thursday, I skipped my page. Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. So for Holy Thursday, we're asking workplaces to close at noon, except for essential services, medical establishments, supermarkets, wholesale stores, pharmacies, restaurants, and other food establishments, and gas stations, which will remain open, noting that the curfew will begin at 8 p.m. So that means that at 8 p.m., everything closes down. Thereafter, the curfew will continue through the entire day on Good Friday and end at 5 a.m. on Saturday, April 3, 2021. On Saturday, April 3, 2021, the curfew will begin at 12 noon and continue through the rest of Saturday, the entire day on Easter Sunday, the entire day on Easter Monday, and end at 5 a.m. on Tuesday, April 6, 2021. On Tuesday, April 6, 2021, the curfew will commence at 8 p.m. nightly to 5 a.m. the following morning, ending at 5 a.m. on Saturday, April 10, 2021. On Saturday, April 10, 2021, the curfew will begin at 12 noon and continue through the rest of Saturday and the entire day on Sunday, and end at 5 a.m. on Monday, April 12, 2021. On Friday, April 9, 2021, workplaces should close at noon to facilitate persons to conduct their essential business and shopping to prepare for the tighter weekend curfew. So, Madam Speaker, essentially, we are implementing a lockdown for the next 3 weekends, including the Easter weekend, with persons only being allowed to move between 5 a.m. and noon on Saturday mornings. To allow persons to prepare for the weekend lockdowns, we are asking workplaces to close at noon on the day before the start of the weekend, whether it is the Thursday, which will be the Holy Thursday, or the Friday. So, Madam Speaker, despite the extended curfew hours, the vaccination program will proceed. Certain vaccination sites will remain open during curfew hours and on movement days, and on no movement days. So persons with appointments to receive a vaccine will be allowed to do so during curfew hours. They will, however, be required to present evidence of their appointment, and the evidence is either they can show their text message, because they will get a text message on their phone to say where their appointment is and when, or they will get an email. So if you do have an appointment, please proceed on the day, whether it is a no-movement day or there is a curfew in place, and show the evidence of the appointment and go and do your vaccination. However, you should be aware that if you are stopped at 8 p.m. on a no-movement day, it is not an excuse to say I am coming from vaccination, because the vaccination centers will have already closed by 4 o'clock the latest. No, but the idea is go and get your vaccination and go straight home. Right. Until April 13th, 2021, services will be permitted for places of worship during the hours 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., except for Saturdays, which would be March 27, April 3rd, and April 10th. And no movement days, that would be Sunday and public holidays, on which services will only be permitted between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Let me note that the maximum that is allowed to be in the sanctuary, in the church, would be 12 persons. And they must be follow the protocols of physical distance, mask wearing, and so forth. Let me just explain this a little bit. During regular weekdays and the regular curfews, that is the 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew, the provision is made that 12 persons can go into the church and conduct a service or do their broadcasting. So you will find that some churches may decide that they probably won't be able to do any worship services on Easter Sunday, so they're going to decide to pre-record their service. So it is permitted that they could, on a weekday, have 12 persons assembled in the church, and they could do their worship and pre-record it. Or if they choose, they can have worship services. However, during the lockdown period, the no movement days, we have devised a system where we do allow the churches to designate 12 of their members, their congregation, to go to the church during the lockdown period, to be able to conduct worship service, only 12, or broadcast from the church location. I think this is very important that even during the lockdown, we make some provision to allow people to still be able to have worship and practice religion. And we have met with the church, and we have agreed that 12 persons will be able to go to the sanctuary. The churches will issue a letter to the 12 persons signed by the pastor, and we are going to give directions to the police that these letters should allow persons bearing them to move between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. on the no movement days. So on the Sunday, on the Good Friday, on Easter Monday, they will be able, 12 persons, to go to their church, their place of worship. They could either worship there if they choose, or they could do a broadcast if they choose. And that would be between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. After that, if they are on the road, they would be in breach of the curfew. So churches would have to arrange their broadcast or worship within that period of time. I think those would be the measures that I would want to point out, because the other measures are fairly well known. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Prime Minister, you did indicate that you won't be long, and equally I won't be long. Prime Minister, the scenario that you have painted is quite grim in terms of what is happening in the health sector. And there are suggestions that the lockdown on weekend, on, off during the week is just temporizing the agony. I'm quoting what somebody is saying. But we understand, as you have indicated, like for the experience in New Zealand and other countries that can afford a hard lockdown. The reality, though, is that from a public health perspective, what is required is a hard lockdown right away. You did indicate, and it is the experience in public health, that we won't see any results until the next 2 to 3 weeks after the lockdown comes this weekend, in terms of the numbers that we are seeing. And it is also why it is important that the constant heed to our populace, or to our people, to adhere to the protocols is very important. Because, Prime Minister, what we have in, Madam Speaker, is really a war on our hands. And it's going to take some very decisive action to get this war, not only win the battle, but win the war. The member from West Kingston earlier on in the amendment, the debate in the amendment to the Disaster Risk Management Act, spoke to the fact that I mentioned about the measures not being strong enough. And my discussion then, and still is that in terms of medical management, I don't think we are doing it as well as we ought to, Prime Minister. And hence we're having these numbers that we have here, overwhelming our hospitals. In fact, we have over just 15% of the capacity, total capacity of the island's hospitals bed occupied by either COVID or COVID-related suspect patients. So it's just around 700. and our bed capacity is just under 5,000, plus the field hospitals that have been built, building just under 5,100. But part of the management, Prime Minister, and I heard in a question that was asked of you when you were having this announcement, was the whole aspect of utilizing the antigen kits at point-of-care facilities. And why I'm saying this point, Prime Minister, is that when you look at the stats coming out of the Ministry of Health on a daily basis, you're seeing some days that the hospitals, the public hospitals, are reporting 0 antigen test. Now, it is a fight that I have had with my counterparts in the ministry then, professional counterparts. Not a professional MP, just a professional counterpart. And there is a view, Prime Minister and Madam Speaker, that part of the containment measures is that you have to try and arrest it as close in the field as possible. And this requires a constant usage of the antigen testing at point-of-care facilities, i.e. the health centers or the hospitals. So when patients come into the hospital, Madam Speaker, and they have what they call a severe acute respiratory infection, or SARI as the term is, you don't put everybody in a ward who might be COVID, isolation ward, or suspected COVID. You can readily rely on the antigen test, though the sensitivity is not where we want it yet, or will ever have. But the reality is that you can use as a triage tool, a screening tool then. So you don't put a person who comes back with symptoms and a negative, but their symptoms, you may send them on to a PCR, but somebody who has symptoms and comes back positive, then you know you keep them. But without the symptoms of that and they come back negative, without all the other signs that you have of COVID, then basically you don't need to put them in an isolation ward. And basically you can, at that point, determine who is to go here, who is shunted here, who may go home and take rest at home, so you don't crowd the facilities. The same thing should happen at the health centers, and even when the contact tracers go out into the field, Prime Minister. And it is something that needs to be done. We have advocated for it. We hear in the public space other people advocating for it. And even in some of the countries that are fighting it in the same phase that we have, they're utilizing this a whole lot. An antigen kit is about 1/15 the cost of a PCR. So it is something that the country should invest in heavily. And Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, says he's on top of it. But I'm also asking that there is in the ministry allowance to free up, in a sense, the importation, the certification of sensitive antigen tests coming to the country. We only confine ourselves to 3 just so far. And there are lots more out there. It allows for the price point to come down if you have competition in the test. Because the fact is, one of these kits costs probably just under 2,000 Jamaican dollars. When people go out there to get it at there, it's $8,000, $10,000 they have to pay. If you have more competition in the market with good kits coming in, you may be able to reduce the price. So that is part of it, Prime Minister, and this is part of the reason why we have so many people in hospital and the challenges with oxygen, the challenges with bed space, the challenge with people lying on the floor. We're in a crisis, and sometimes we have to act. Not necessarily what the stereotype we have to do in medicine, but sometimes we have to act outside based on what is presented to us. So, Prime Minister, we understand the dilemma you are in, because anyway you turn, Makajukyo. If you do a hard lockdown, it's going to be problems for some of the people, the same people who we are trying to maintain their livelihoods. And you mentioned something, but I think in terms of what the average man understands on the street, is that most of our Jamaican people live day to day. What they eat tomorrow is what they earn today. So you can't just, and we agree, you can't just lock down because they have to earn something. But then when you have the curfews, the jerk chicken man on the corner, down Olympic Way, might not be able to support his family next day unless they steal food and when don't sell him, going to serve to them the next day. But the reality is that either way you turn, you're going to be in problems. So we understand the dilemma. But we feel that in terms of the management and how we approach it, it has to be done and guided by the science, the exact science. Prime Minister, and if I may say, and we have said before, it's not anything new, we feel that the Ministry of Health, the government needs to be supported by a group of eminent scientists, physicians in Jamaica, drawn from a wide cross-section, who have the expertise. Nobody has expertise or experience with COVID-19, but they have expertise in public health management. And we must draw on them. You speak of a whole country approach to it, and that is something that we're talking about, Prime Minister. It is necessary, and the opposition has, as we have said from day one, willing, ready, and able to work with. Because at the end of the day, it's not JLP or PNP people who are dead, Jamaicans are dead. Jamaicans are the ones who are dying, and we want our economy to start to prosper. Prosperity, yes, we want that, right? I know you jump to that, and we want progress, whatever it is. Whatever it is that we want, Prime Minister. But the reality is that all hands have to be on deck if we are going to achieve that. And this side is willing to come on deck with the rest of that side to make sure that Jamaica works for all of us and not just a few, and that we are here, even we're going to be the last ones to turn off a light, because this is our island, this is our home, and we are prepared to work to get it done. Prime Minister, we are saddened, as you have indicated, by a number of deaths that have occurred, and unfortunate deaths too. But the reality is that we are where we are, unfortunately, and you will recall that I made a particular statement on the 26th of September when we were down at conference center, when you're talking how well we're managing. I said, don't beat your chest yet, because the worst is yet to come. Right? It is here, but let us work together to get it done. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I totally endorse what has been said by the opposition spokesperson on health. We agree that there is need for a pulling together of all our expertise. Certainly, if not for the public health advice, but to help in the communication to the general public as to what the issues are, because there is a great deal of misinformation in the public domain, all kinds of perverse views which lead the public to behavior that is not in their own interest. So I agree with the member and the impassioned plea that the member has made. In relation to the antigen tests, I'm not competent to speak on that, but I will raise it with the appropriate persons to see how that can be used, as you say, as a kind of triage tool within the health centers. Madam Speaker, may it please.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. I therefore invite you to adjourn this House until Tuesday, the 30th of March at 2 p.m.
Question before the members is that the House be adjourned until Tuesday, the 30th of March. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Patsy Edwards Henry. I am Dr. Mindy Fitzenley.
I am Dr. Andrew Manning.
COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on our families.
Over 21,000 persons have been infected.
We now have a safe, effective COVID-19 vaccine.
I
will take
the vaccine.
Vaccinate to stay safe.
This is an important message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hi, I'm Eliana Charles, and I'm here with my father, Pernell Charles, and today we will be planting a guava tree.
And that's our favorite fruit, and we got this tree from the forestry department. So, let's get it done. Some of the tools you need when planting a tree: a fork, you'll need a shovel, a good old machete.
And you need a watering can.